Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're delighted to have you for this session organized on the topic Europe Facing the World, in partnership with Normandy region and the Forum for Peace. I'm actually the vice head of the, deputy head of the Regional Council. So we'll spend the next 55 minutes discussing the topic that actually we could go on talking about for hours, days, years. Europe facing the world. So to tackle this in 55 minutes, let's try and be organized. And just by way of introduction, maybe a quick word to try and decide what we're going to talk about. So for decades, Europe has actually shied away from its relationship with the world. It seemed it was not at the heart of what Europe was about. Of course, Europe was built after World War II, but also the construction of the EU, its single market, and then it extended gradually. But for a number of years now, there have been at least 5 systemic crises: the 2008 financial crisis, the climate crisis, the health crisis, COVID pandemic, that has prompted pretty strong responses from the European, and also a security crisis with migratory flows and imminent threats on the borders of Europe. What all these crises have in common is that they actually compel Europe not to shy away anymore from questioning its relationship with the world. And if Europe does not develop a new way to relate to the rest of the world, then it stands threatened with extinction. And another common denominator between all these crises is sovereignty. How can one win their independence? How can Europeans be real masters of their fate? How are they to position themselves towards other powers in the world, current powers, emerging powers, past powers? It's not only the states that now have the preserve of power. Private corporations are powerful. Space conquest also comes with a certain power, which calls into question the future of Europe. So this new European era that we're going to talk about. What does it mean? What does it entail for economic stakeholders, for political decision makers? And it begs 3 questions with regards to how Europe relates with the world. Is Europe isolated? In other words, can Europe find allies in the way it promotes its values, or is it going against the grain? Second question, is Europe sufficiently united? If it is united, is it going to prove sustainably so, or is the threat of divisions going to prove stronger than its unity? And last question, is it credible? Does it have the means of its ambitions? Can it promote policies with the actual wherewithal to implement them? So many questions indeed, to tackle them today and to share their insight. It is my pleasure to welcome Jörg Kukis, who's Secretary of State of the German Chancellery. So yeah, round of applause, why not? Sitting next to him, Guillaume Clossard. Well, he wears several hats. He's the founder of Europa Nova, a European think tank, and also the head of MedTech, of a MedTech called T-Life. He's also given a lot of thought on Europe, and he's just published a book, a small blue book. You know, there was such a thing as the small red book, but it's called the Blue Book, and he will actually sign his book at the bookshop here at 4 o'clock. Reflecting on the future of the EU and the overhaul of European treaties, because to think about the future of Europe, it probably implies rethinking treaties and the European Constitution. Sitting next to him, Jean-Louis Giraudol is the head of the French department of Lazare Frères. He'll talk us about the political aspects and financing aspects. To my right, Arantxa González Laya, former Foreign Affairs Minister, and more recently became Dean of the International Affairs Department at Sciences Po School. So really also very much at the heart of thinking on Europe. And online with us, Ms. Titti Kukrainen. Thank you for being here, Madam. You will tell us about the recent developments of politics in your country, and of course your relationships with the EU and the prospect of your entering NATO. Welcome to Aix-en-Provence from your country, Madam Minister. So feel free to speak your mother tongue. We have headsets for people in the audience. So that we're a bit organized here, we are going to focus on three main strands. Firstly, the question of European taboos that are being debunked. So what's happening, what's at stake. Then we'll talk economy, financing and sovereignty. And finally, third focus, the role of Europe amongst other nations and the question of the security of Europe and European citizens. But without further ado, I'll give the floor to Mr. Jörg Kukis, who's Secretary of State of the German Chancellery, because your Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, talk us about the turning point for Europe, a turning point also for Germany on a number of directions in the European policy that Germany has developed. So what are these taboos that are about to fall? I'll try to speak French, but I hope you don't mind if I shift to English if it becomes a bit too complicated for me. You talked of turning points and taboos. Well, I think Russia's attack on Ukraine has probably triggered a lot of reflections. At first, Germany, as it is traditionally, was very conservative and reserved the right to,
So delivering arms, delivering weapons into crisis zones and war zones like the one that we're seeing as a consequence of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Germany traditionally was, due to its history, very careful not to show involvement. And now I think that has changed very fundamentally. So that's le premier tournant.
So that was the first turning point.
The amount of engagement and the threat that we perceive. And certainly, if anything, Germany has gotten over the past decades a bit too complacent in terms of the military and security threats that we have. So certainly Germany has dialed back its defense expenditure quite substantially as a percentage of our GDP. The German parliament just recently changed our constitution to allow us to spend 100 billion euros over the next 4 years in order to attain the goal of aligning with the NATO 2% target. And it will be a big tournant massif pour notre système militaire.
So that's a major turning point for our military system.
Very serious investments into our military. And of course, it sounds a lot already, but if you look at the true numbers, it'll show you how significant this is. So far, we've spent, of the 50 billion of defense budget, Germany has spent about 40 billion in maintaining our services and 10 billion into new investments. The 100 billion split over 4 years, so the 25 per year will go directly into new spending. So the expenditure line will go from 10 billion currently into 35 billion, and that will help us to achieve a certain congruence with France, with the United Kingdom, with other NATO countries to which we want to align. Because as we're seeing right now, the biggest limiting factor to our ability to support Ukraine more militarily is the lack of available systems that we have. So that's certainly a big change that we've had. The second big thing is, of course, energy. Energy certainly is something that is also, as we're seeing constantly now and being reminded, a geostrategic issue. Germany has become too dependent on Russian coal, on Russian gas, and on Russian oil. The numbers were quite staggering. We were above 50% of dependence on Russia, and of course with gas that's the most striking. Coal is the easiest to substitute, but we're in a massive process now of moving away from our path of going from fossil to renewables, which is an ambition that we continue to have, but of sidestepping that by going from fossil, very reliant on Russia, to fossil, non-Russian, but at the same time making all of the investments that we need to massively increase wind energy, both onshore and offshore, and to massively increase solar energy. So that will change, and just to give you a sense of the numbers, in 2030, 80% of our electricity will be produced by wind and solar. The amount of electricity that we will use will go from currently roughly 600 terawatt hours to 1,500 to 1,800. And the fraction of that being deployed by renewables will increase from currently about 30% to 80%. So the amount of investment that's required from that is very, very massive. So it's good that we have financial expertise on the panel that can help us deal with that. And the third one is technology. So I think in all of these areas, we are very, very pro-European. So the first pillar on the defense spending, one of the key things that is in the legislation changing our constitution and implementing the defense fund is a coopération très intense avec la France et avec le
very intense cooperation with France and Europe.
Policy is to have a European strategy to increase interconnection, to move away from bypassing Europe through Nord Stream 2 and going into building LNG terminals together with countries that don't have access to the sea. We just agreed with the Czech Republic, with Slovaks, with Hungary to work very closely together on that so that we can together move away from dependence on Russian oil and gas into a pan-European strategy. And of course, that's also extremely important for the third pillar, namely digitization and technology. The EU Chips Act, which was brought forward by Thierry Breton, is enormously important. It's also enormously important that 1 month after Thierry Breton announced the EU Chips Act, already the first huge investment of 33 billion by Intel into a semiconductor investment was announced and distributed between France, Germany, and Italy. So I think that's also a sign that things are moving and that semiconductors, where we've so far been massively reliant on the US and China, is something where the EU wants to develop its own capacity. Of course, that'll take time, that'll take a long number of years, but both Germany and France are working together on promoting that and pushing it forward.
Merci, Jörg Kukies, vous venez de le dire.
Thank you very much, Jörg Kukies. You did say so. It's going to take time, but everything seems to be speeding up. All those evolutions are very fast. And Guillaume, Clossard, you've given a lot of thought to all these topics. Europe is at a turning point. Do you think that Europe is reaching willy-nilly a sort of coming of age? And would you say that it's past its childhood and teenage years and it has to tackle the real big topics now? Europe was built on the basis of skills that are sometimes, or prerogatives that are now claimed by some states again, but there were some shared prerogatives. And we see now that there's a need for more convergence if we want to succeed. So where are we at? Is it a turning point? Is it a milestone? And how do we not miss out on that opportunity? Well, thank you very much for the very simple question. Well, you have 4.5 minutes to tackle it. Well, I won't say that I'm delighted to be joining this panel discussion since this very hard question is put to me. But since I'm wearing two hats, so I have both I am going to speak as an observer and a practitioner, is that there is a real resurgence and rekindling of the European Union, and we're in the throes of a crisis. That's true, that's undeniable, but crises have always helped us move forward. Remember, the USSR at the end of the 80s, they were in a big crisis and they collapsed. The US are also facing a major crisis and it is in peril. But the EU has one asset, which is that it has a lot of flexibility and a very smart organization. I think Europe and the idea of the European Union was born during the war. I think really very early days were in the 40s, and the Rome Treaty, November 1950, was the absolute foundation with fundamental rights. Then there was coal and steel, but when you're a child, you need protection, and back then we needed the protection of the US. But then the Berlin Wall fell, the USSR collapsed, and then there was the 1992 treaty, and those were our teenage years, and that translated into crises, which is only fitting. When you're a teenager, you go through crisis, but it's a way of building character. We're entering adulthood, which is to say that we've learned the rules, but we know how to move beyond rules and to take responsibility for our actions. And I think we are at the crossroads. Europeans need a framework and need rules, but those rules are not sufficient. They need to learn how to act and react, but also anticipate and foster a number of things. This is where we're at in terms of the EU. Just 3 quick comments about this turning point. Don't know if it's a real turning point, but I think there's something happening in terms of our civilization. Europeans together, and maybe thanks to the crisis in Ukraine, realized that it was their very identity that was at stake. In March, it was clearly said that and what Zelensky said is that the Europeans are responsible for defending a number of values, defending human dignity, fighting those who think that strength can prevail over respect, gender equality, equality between states, cooperation with a common rule of law, a certain vision of the way you relate to the world, which is really a determining factor in our approach to policies. We've reached some of the limits of sovereignty, the environment, and it's this that model where we've reached the limits of part of that model, and faced with India and Russia, the point is for European to find out whether we can build our own narrative, and which is what we need. And to talk about markers, to be very hands-on, well, can you be brief, please? Yes. Well, when, for example, the EU signed the Green Deal, it means that you are really in the vanguard and on the first line. Well, that's a marker. Putting technologies to the service of mankind. This is also a civilizational marker. When there's an agreement on the obligation of minimum service in member states, which is about putting, people and social needs at the heart of everything. It's also about defense, it's also about energy, but it's also the capacity to bring Brexit to an end, to be through with it. And by saying that Ukraine is now a candidate to EU membership, we send the message that Europe is ready to expand some more, which is very important on a symbolic level. And whatever we decide to call our EU common policy, well, we need to foster a community with those who are around us, for collective intelligence, to foster more mobility, to brainstorm together and solve our problems. This is about having a positive and extensive vision of the world, and that's very important. And the last turning point has to do with democracy. There was this conference on the future of Europe. 1,000 citizens that had just, been drawn randomly. Well, they decided that Europe had to really embody democracy, a real European democracy. This is what we need to build, which implies revision of treaties, bearing in mind all the game changers in terms of economy, democracy, and this is a pressing matter. We can't waste or squander the next 20 years. This world around us is changing fast, and that's no news. Things have always gone faster and faster. So the die is not cast, but as Machiavel put it, if we do not anticipate and look ahead, then we might lag behind. Well, we talked about the necessity of building some industries and strengthen some sectors. This is about achievements, but to achieve all of that, you need financial resources. We have a banker amongst us, Jean-Louis Giraudot. Let's be very practical about this. Guillaume Clossat talked about crises and progress that's been made thanks to these crises. The organization of the banking sector in 2008. Is the EU fully equipped? And how can we act fast to finance these big mutations in the industry, conquer our sovereignty in a very tight time frame, because we need gas for next winter? So I apologize, we're going to talk money, so it is bound to be less lyrical and less lofty than what Guillaume just said. Well, we'll measure it by seeing how much applause you get. Well, I'll rise to the challenge. So if we look at the economy, finance and monetary aspects, well, Europe is a rich continent. That's the first thing I'd like to say. We have a structural excess of current account. If we look at trade, we have an excess, which is not the case of US. US had an excess, used to have an excess of a current account. They are currently at minus 3.5. Europe used to have excess of 3%, and it's still around 2.5% of GDP in terms of excess current account. So we find ourselves having the means of our ambitions. So this excess, that's $350 billion. And Of course, that's greatly in part due to Germany, 8% excess. But France is at minus 1% of GDP when it comes to the current account. So this is an opportunity because, capital is becoming more and more expensive with the rise of interest rates. So we have the means of our ambitions, but we need a certain number of tools and intermediaries, which of course raises the question of banks. Banks are at the heart of it. They're crucial because financing of companies in Europe goes through banks a lot more than in the US. In US, capital markets represent 80 to 90% of financing of companies. In Europe, banks still represent a big chunk. So banks are really central to the problem. Following the financial crisis, Basel III regulations, banks have made progress. They've strengthened their equity, their solvency, their liquidity have all been improved. The bad-performing loans have been done away with, and actually that was demonstrated when during the COVID pandemic there was a need to inject liquidities into the economy with the support of the ECB and of the the guaranteed loans, but over and above that, banks have lent a lot of money to French companies and European companies, and the EU and all its institutions have proven up to taking initiatives to injecting financing and earmarking budgets on a number of initiatives to push for European sovereignty. I'm thinking of Rescue EU, Repower EU, and the Strategic Compass, and a number of initiatives that were taken. All of this falls under within the framework of something that is a bit more traditional, and Mr. Kukis and Guillaume mentioned Next Generation EU, with 750 billion, of which 390 are grants that are allocated to countries not on the basis of their weight but on the basis of their needs, and that's a first with a redistribution effect. Inside a real optimum monetary area, and that plan is based on up to 800 billion euros worth of common debt, based on common resources, future carbon tax, and taxing multinationals on the digital economy. So a whole series of positive signs that are very encouraging indeed, and that would go to show that Europe has given itself the means of its ambitions. Having said that, we should not disregard a few matters for concern that I would put under the heading fragmentation risks. There are still banks in Europe that are not as profitable as US banks, and really not at all as much. There are still 1,500 banks in Germany, 400 in Italy, 400 in France, so they're smaller than US banks. Much fewer pan-European banks, and those that actually work across borders are not as strong in other countries. Interest rates have gone down for a longer period in Europe compared to the US, but there are other factors that have to do with Basel regulations that includes capital requirements that are very stringent indeed, and that can be to the detriment of growth and can be to the detriment of banks growing to bigger sizes, and both on a European level and locally, it makes it difficult for liquidity to circulate. So having powerful, independent, sovereign banks is part of our economic sovereignty, and also determines allocation of capital. Christine Lagarde mentioned it a few minutes ago, the question of the union of capital markets, and it's under her aegis that I would respectfully put that forward. So the capital market union is still very imperfect. It is absolutely essential to ensure good allocation of capital and also to ensure more resilience to asymmetrical conflicts or war. For example, gas does not, the crisis around gas does not impact us all on an equal footing. So compared with the US, we have investment funds and venture capital funds that are way smaller. We have a number of challenges that we have to tackle, and if we fail to tackle them, that could really endanger our future. With the rise of rates, the spread has been impacted, and the central bank, the European Central Bank, I'm thinking of Ms. Schnabel's speech and the announcement that was made of an anti-fragmentation tool, which still raises a number of questions and still a number of uncertainties, but all of that will not be feasible single-handedly by the ECB. So if the European plan, Next Generation EU, is supposed to go until 2027, it is a fairly pooled, mutualized, and very sort of federal in inspiration. Measures that were taken during the crisis that were good measures, will they not remain as exemption, but will they be prescient?
Et vous êtes applaudi.
And you have a round of applause. So the bet has been won. You talked about powers when comparing also the European landscape of banks with the American one. And indeed, this is the matter of power is at the heart of the role of Europe throughout the world. For decades, we've talked about Europe as an economic giant, about the powerlessness of Europe, and as was said earlier, about the civilization project. We seem that we're a bit naive. It seems to be the question between law and force. And the EU seems to be a community of law, but it's complicated to exist in a world where sometimes we want to do everything, and we need to go over and beyond the law. So on the international forum, how can Europe promote this unique feature facing Europe, facing America, facing China? How can Europe make its voice heard when we have a multilateralism which seems to be going back? And we need to rethink ourselves, right? It's a vast subject. I'll start to tackle the subject, starting by Europe as not an acrobat, but rather as someone on the thread, really. We need to find three balances. First one, we need to find a balance between geoeconomy, which is a project which inspired the European Union, a balance among these projects which are theirs, which creates interdependencies. And when we create such interdependencies, we manage to manage power relationships. But this is in a world where this geoeconomy needs to strike the right balance with geopolicy. I don't think that we should renounce this project in Europe, namely this project for peace. We need to be better prepared for war. That's the thing. Because what we have is that we have war being back. Unfortunately, we've had wars in the past, terrible wars, and these wars have inspired the European Union. We need to be better weaponized in the face of war. We need to be more digital. We need to decarbonize our economy in a better way. But we also need to invest more and better in defense and security. Once again, without losing sight of the fact that the EU is a project for peace, and that should be an inspiration for other regions of the world that looks into this European mirror. We need to strike the right balance to defend Europeans and Europe in a better way. When we talk about protection, we do not talk about protectionism. And it doesn't mean either that we should isolate the European Union. This is why I would like to warn the European Union against notions that seem very nice, like friendshoring or decoupling, but in reality, they imply isolating the European Union from friends, from others. And we don't know who the friends are, because sometimes we got surprises when we talked about friends. We need a European Union that can protect its citizens without closing up. That means that the European Union needs to be able to weave alliances with others. Third balance that needs to be struck, and that's the most difficult one. A balance not to have to choose between the US on one side and China on the other side. This balance doesn't imply that we need to have an equidistance, because we are and we shall remain very close to the United States, because we have the same reality, the same principles, democracy, the protection of human rights, the state of law, the rule of law. But we also know that to be able to respond efficiently to our challenges such as climate change, the financial instability, we cannot isolate China. We cannot be against China. And this is why we need to find space for cooperation and international dialogue. We're not naive. It's not because we're naive. No, we're not. It's because we have understood that the most efficient way to protect Europeans is to create spaces for cooperation. We need to have multilateralism, as François Salier mentioned it. It's not really fashionable right now, but we have to continue to insist upon that concept, to promote it, and to continue to help, because that's the guarantee that we can tackle subjects that could not be tackled otherwise by having countries pitted against other countries. We need opening, we need the capacity to weave alliances, to have a project for peace, but also to be equipped as well against war. And there's also this notion, of course, of balance, which is at the very heart of the European philosophy in terms of consistency, stability. When we talk about balance, it's a matter of stability. And clearly, we have a huge upheaval now because we do not have stability anymore. And for one country, it's actually even more important. That's Finland. We have with us the Minister of European Affairs of Finland, Titi Tuppurainen, who's been following us from the beginning of this debate, to talk about what was said earlier. We have taboos that are being completely destroyed. And in Finland, we have a taboo that has been destroyed in Finland because you're joining the NATO. This is a decision that was made. This ratification process, which is pending. The subject matter today is to reinvent the architecture of European safety, to preserve peace within the European borders, but also to create a new policy of neighborhood. How did you live this in Finland? What is also the public opinion? How come it evolved so quickly about European safety further to what happened in Ukraine?
Alors, on va demander un retour son parce qu'on ne vous entend pas.
We cannot hear you, unfortunately. We cannot hear you. Can the public hear you in the headsets? Well, there seems to be a technical problem.
Can you hear me now?
On vous entend, Madame la Ministre. Voilà.
We can hear you now, Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, dear friends. I'll answer your question very soon, but let me start first with a few observations on the current situation and allow me to touch upon capitalism. As we follow Russia waging war in Ukraine, we must recognize our habit to avoid harsh truths. There always seems to be hope over experience. We did not take it seriously when President Putin declared already back in 2005 that the breakup of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe in the 20th century. We did not pay attention to war in Georgia, the annexation of Crimea, or warfare in eastern Ukraine. It is still hard to accept that the liberal order is seriously challenged, that there are great powers that do not accept a system of relatively free trade, respect for human rights, and peaceful cooperation between states. It is especially hard for us Europeans because the European Union, as a European peace experiment, is such a sharp contrast to preceding period of wars and totalitarianism. Now, history does not repeat itself, but it has long-term development paths. Sometimes today's state of affairs can be seen as a deviation from these long-term developments. And if tyranny and war have been part of European history, so perhaps the past decades of peace and democracy have been an exception, and perhaps a new Cold War is the best we can accept. However, history lessons should inspire us instead of scaring us to defeatism. The period of Cold War is usually seen as a frightening one. No one wishes its return. Yet, we could and should draw some lessons from that period. Above all, there was a degree of stability. There were guardrails that were not broken or threatened. For example, there was no loose talk about using battlefield nuclear weapons. Instead, a number of nuclear arms reduction agreements after another was made. Finding a new stability requires that the European Union and its citizens to accept that today's tensions will last for a long time. The Zeitenwende translates as a new era. Year 2023 will not see a return to normal in economic and political transactions between European Union and Russia. And quick fixes for economic hardships are not available. Yes, energy is expensive, and no, we cannot go on subsidizing energy use for years. Moreover, we have to recognize an ideological component in the confrontation between EU and authoritarian world powers. This is not 18th century Europe with more or less similar monarchies fighting over regime successions. Dear friends, while today capitalism as an economic system is not fundamentally challenged, there are major differences within that system. I refer to economist Branko Milanovic, who has defined two variants of capitalism. One is the liberal kind, the one that respects the rule of law, draws a line between political power form and economic decision-making in order to diminish corruption. It accepts free trade, at least as an ideal. The other is political capitalism, where the political elites also dominate the economy. In that system, the capital may be privately owned, but that ownership may be taken away anytime without any due process. In that system, the concept of grand corruption has no meaning. The men in high offices are expected to enjoy unlimited economic benefits. Now, these two different capitalisms produce two different political systems. The liberal capitalism is based on political competition. The political capitalism sees such competition as harmful. The liberal capitalism enhances liberal values. The political capitalism sees citizens as part of nation state and expects them to conform to national values. Recognizing these ideological differences means that we have to take the liberal values of our system seriously. The rule of law cannot be compromised, not in any situation. Upholding human rights must be part of our policies, both domestically and internationally. While the war in Ukraine has frightened us Europeans, there are billions of people who see it as a war like any other war. We do not have to loudly repent our past sins in Africa or in Asia, but we have to keep in mind that upholding respect for universal human rights means that we see these rights truly universal. These are the rights that belong to all men and women on earth. Having said all this, I'm proud to announce that Finland is a proud member of NATO, hopefully anytime soon. So thank you so much for your support and swift ratification for those who have already done it. We will certainly bring an added value to the alliance and provide more security in Europe. Together, we will make sure that Ukraine wins the war. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Ministre. Alors, il nous reste...
So we have a few minutes left for a few questions. You have a mic. We'll try to combine all questions and then we'll answer them in the end. Hello? It seems that we have a weakness we don't talk about a lot. The US is a federal state, but it's still a country. And then we have China. We have Europe, where we have several states that are fragmented. And we have different architectures. And I think we are naive here, and we are doing a lot of populism, and we are wasting a lot of money, a lot of time, and I think this could destroy us. So my question is, shouldn't we reinvent the governance of a new form of multilateralism? Yes. Second question in the back. Hello, I'm a geopolitologist. My question aims at provoking you, but in view of the recent events, it seems that Europe is weakening and fragmenting itself. Delivering arms is actually a lethalization of the situation, and this war was created because we did not close the door to NATO and to the EU getting close to Russia. So there's an element that we totally overlooked with COVID, the recovery plan and the Eurozone. We should actually have more budget for the Eurozone, but we used all the money for COVID and the budget went down. So we're drifting towards an American-German alliance, also in the Mediterranean region. The threat comes from the south. We have no Russian threat. That's actually an illusion. Everybody's booing. I want to provoke you because I know that Russia will win the war and we'll have decisions to make. Mr. Koukis will certainly answer to that question. Marion Solitis, I'm the editor-in-chief of Politico, and I have a question to Mr. Koukis. You talked about solidarity in Europe. We'll certainly lack gas. There was Mr. Le Breton who was talking about the subject earlier on. Are there concrete discussions between France and Berlin to talk about GDL, for instance, for natural gas, liquefied natural gas, for instance. So, the impact of the Ukrainian war, this is what it's all about, isn't it? You answer that, Guillaume, and then Jan Koukis, you have the floor. There are 3 questions, but very swiftly. On the Eurozone, my conviction is that once the Britons were away, the GDP of the Eurozone as compared to the European zone, because if we consider that Denmark and the other are out of the Eurozone, it's 90% versus 10%. So the idea is rather to see how we can make sure to have a single governance, because we can't have 3 systems of governance. We need to have a cohesion in this hardcore that we have within Europe. We should have a plan to do so. Because apart from Hungary, I think there's a political momentum to do so. So the idea is, how can we do that? Just as the treaty proposes it, with all the countries of the European Union. Because the economic reality is that the countries that are not in account for a small percentage of the European GDP. The other question was about democracy. We say we have to go to a new milestone of the European construction that would engage citizens more on their choice of leaders, that would be more efficient, with new skills, that would be extended to a larger number of sectors, health, defense, for instance. And my conviction as to defense is the following, is that in 5 years, 6 years, the United States will actually go away from us. And so we have to be prepared to anticipate that as soon as possible. And so we have to reform institutions. We have a short-term problem, is that there's a lot of states that gave military equipment to Ukraine, and these states need new equipment, and we do not have the necessary European production to do so. Your cookies, you be able to answer. We have 2 minutes left, and we also have to answer on multilateralism. And how about your answer? Because the question was very provocative.
Win this war, full stop. Maybe there's a person or 2 in this room that wishes that, but I can only say the G7 over the weekend in Elmau was completely right. We will support the Ukraine for as long as it takes. So that I think needs to be said whenever the Russian narrative comes up. I was in Irpin when together President Macron, Chancellor Scholz, Prime Minister of Romania and Mr. Draghi, so Romania, Iohannis and Draghi were there. I saw with my own eyes the car that was brutally attacked, where one woman and her 2 children were sitting in there just driving to work. It's such full of atrocities. If you go to Irpin and you see the brutality with which the Russian army is killing innocent people, civilians, bombarding civilians indiscriminately, it is absolutely unacceptable to think that that will be rewarded. In terms of solidarity and working together, on Monday, President Macron and Chancellor Scholz agreed on exactly that, working together on all things energy. Yes, our strategies are different. The priorities on the sources of energy between France and Germany are very much different. But the one thing we agree on is we both want to become independent of fossil energy coming from Russia and eventually becoming climate neutral. And yes, we will work together massively despite all of our differences on nuclear and all of those things. So we can overcome those and just accept that both countries have different priorities and different strategies, but we will work together very closely. And finally, the European Union, I think, has become a magnet of attraction. So it's extremely interesting that in this crisis, so many countries, we were in the Western Balkans, every Western Balkan country wants to become a member of the European Union. In addition to the Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, you saw what happened when Georgia wasn't at the highest level of priority. Immediately people go to the street and appeal for the attractiveness of the European project. It has to be reformed. Institutional reform, getting rid of unanimity and going to qualified majority is absolutely essential. We need a properly democratic Europe.
Merci, Jorkukis. Et le mot de la fin, vous avez 15 secondes chacun.
You have 15 seconds each to speak. I'm not going to answer to each and every question, but I would like to give a broader horizon and to follow up on the question that was asked by the provocative gentleman. When we talk about Europe facing the world, Europe needs to define its strategic interests when it comes to any country, the US, Russia, China, Africa, Turkey, United Kingdom, any country. And that's actually a daunting task. Thank you. The final word. So if we do not want Europe to be NATOized, then we need NATO to actually become more European or a full-fledged European institution. We actually have two options. We either have multilateralism or we have a national answer. We had a WTO meeting recently and there was an agreement. It can be a strength for multilateralism in a way that is not naive and that in a way that is more efficient. Thank you to all of you. Actually, we have exceeded our time, but it was worthwhile. Thank you for all of you.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please take a seat. We'll start this third session in the afternoon. Please take a seat. I am delighted to be moderating this session. My name is Hippolyte Dalby. We are going to talk about demographics. But you know, often people think that demographics is a long-term thing. That first, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, because the evils of demography are pretty simple and straightforward. There are three main variables. For those of you who, like me, are a bit into mathematics, well, we like simple modeling, you know. So there are three variables. So there's birth, there's death, and there's migration. Very simple. Great, really. So we shall discuss these three variables that are supposed to be simple between inverted commas, but they have impacts on our world, on our economies, on the way of the world, on the transformation of the world. This is all but simple. And it has also political repercussions, of course. So before I introduce this session and our panelists, I'd like to thank our guests, our panelists. And we have one person, Mr. Kai Feng, who's supposed to be following this remotely. Professor Kai is at the Academy of Social Science in China, so he'll be making his presentation remotely. I think we're still trying to secure the link up here. Pandu Sharir, hello Pandu. You are an entrepreneur from Indonesia, and it's true that relations between Indonesia and France are excellent. We were discussing it at the beginning of this session. And in terms of military cooperation, but not only on energy cooperation as well. It is our pleasure also to welcome Paolo Artini from the High Commissioner, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, and Ms. Martine Vassal. Thank you for being here, Madam. You are at the head of the Aix-Marseille metropolitan area. A few figures. You know, demographers love their figures. And they love quantifying phenomena. It is the first social science to have ever quantified, you know, mortality tables back in the 19th century, and they never stop. So we always start discussing demography with figures, and they shed some light on the extent to which the world is poised to be transformed by demographics. So look at the 18 to 64-year-olds. So let's say that if there are 100 people around the world, 62 would live in Asia, 13 would live in Europe and in North America, and 12 would live in Africa. So you see this distribution demonstrating the importance of Asia, which is why we're delighted to have two representatives from Asia. But based on the UN forecasts, and that distribution, that breakdown will change completely. By the end of the century, according to the UN, Asia would represent no longer 62, but 42%. So a considerable drop. Europe and North America would go from 12, 13 to 10. So we would only represent 10% of labor force or working age population. And Africa would go from 14% to 42%. So you see, it's a sheer upheaval, really. And so a dramatic change of the distribution of working age population. The second point I wanted to make is that demographic inequalities are absolutely dire. We talk a lot about economic inequalities, political inequalities, social inequalities, but we often disregard discussing demographic inequalities. Look at life expectancy. Life expectancy of a Japanese woman is 88. The life expectancy of a Somali woman is 68. A 20-year gap. That is really considerable, and we often underestimate the impact of that inequality. Depending where I was born, I stand a chance to live longer. There are inequalities in terms of fertility as well in Spain or in other countries. So 1.2 children per woman, extremely low levels. Whereas in Mali, we almost reach 5.9 children per woman. So these differences, and it only takes a 2-hour flight to go from one country to another, and even so, there are really stark inequalities. And the other dynamics that's at play that may result from this is how the population structure changes over time. You know that we look at the difference between birth rate and death rate and migratory flows, so difference between people between immigrants and immigrants. And if we look at the OECD countries, well, actually, the dynamics created by migratory flows completely prevails and outstrips difference between births and deaths. So the dynamics behind changes in the population derives from migratory flows. And it has to do with an aging population and the deaths of baby boom generation. And there's a recent national French statistics study that says that amongst the under 60 in France, 1/3 of the population was either a migrant themselves or of migrant descent. Could be second or third generation migrant. And changes are really very fast changes, and because of their sheer magnitude, they have really an impact on the way of the world. So I'll start with Professor Kai. Can you hear us, Professor?
Okay, this is finally great. Okay, merci beaucoup, Professor.
Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us. So you are going to tell us about changes in Chinese population and demographics in China. Over to you, sir.
C'est à vous.
Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Evelyn. Good afternoon, everybody. Under the topic of this session and based on China's experiences, I'll speak of a few facts on demographic transition in China and its impact on the economic growth and the implications to the policy making in China. Let me first point 3 facts and the population and about the population and its impact on China's economic growth. Fact 1, there are 2 turning points in China's population transition. The first one occurred in 2010, characterized by the peak of and afterwards a decline in working age population aged between 15 and 59. That's a working age population decline. The second turning point is expected to occur this year. Namely, total population in China will peak and turn to decline afterwards. That's fact 1, 2 turning points of population. Fact 2, the decline of working age population has resulted in slowdown of economic growth, labor shortage, slower improvement of human capital, diminishing return on capital investment, and narrowed room for reallocating resources, that is slower productivity growth, has all led to the decline in potential growth rate of GDP, followed by the slowdown of actual growth. That is what has happened in the past decade after 2010. Factor 3, the predicted negative growth of total population will bring about demand side shock to the Chinese economy. First, the shrinking population means less consumers. Second, older people in China tend to consume less. Third, slower GDP growth, therefore slower income growth, leads to slower growth of consumption. Finally, wider income gap tends to increase saving instead of consumption. So that's three facts about the population in China. Then let me turn to discuss the policy implication of such changes. There have been some policies implementing to address the challenges, including fertility policy relaxation, social security system building, transformation of economic growth pattern, and others. Fertility policy has been gradually relaxed through a whole gradual process, from a strict one-child policy to allow couples, both being only child, to have 2 children. Then to allow couples with one being only child to have 2 children. Then eventually allow all couples to have 2 children and then 3 children policy. However, the Chinese families have so far responded to the policy changes not so enthusiastically. Total fertility rate is as low as 1.3, and the population growth rate in this last year was close to 0. So fertility policy is shifting to reduce costs of raising children. For example, to open more daycare centers and kindergartens, to allow longer maternity leave, and so on and so forth. As for the elderly support system, it has been strengthened from various aspects. First is to increase social pension coverage of the elderly. In addition to already existing work-based pension scheme, residence-based pension program has been built to cover all rural and urban residents without formal employment. Second is to make the 3-pillar system work, namely basic social pension program, work unit based annuity, and the voluntary personal insurance programs. There are pilot programs being conducted for the latter with income tax deferral. Third is to finance and provide better services for the elderly, such as job training, retraining, employment assistance programs, more nursing houses, and the community daycare centers, and so forth. Finally, let me discuss, under the new phase of demographic transition, how will Chinese economy grow in the next decade or so. As general law and experiences everywhere show, population trend is irreversible. Thus, to sustain economic growth at a reasonable pace requires further reforms to tap the growth potentials from both supply and demand sides. There is a big list of reforms that can generate a dividend, namely to increase the economic growth rate. Here, I'll just give one example to elaborate how reforms can generate dividend from both supply side and demand side. In China, we have two urbanization scenarios. One is de facto urbanization, and another de jure urbanization. That is, the rural to urban migrant workers work and live in cities, but they do not have urban resident registration. They don't have a legitimate residence in China, which makes them temporary guest workers, but not permanent residents, with equal access to basic public services. We call this policy the hukou system. By abolishing the hukou system, we can expect to gain significant benefit to support the economic growth. One, labor supply is more stable. Two, resources reallocation process can be sustained, which can increase productivity. Three, the newcomers with equal provisions of public services will consume more. OECD China team estimated that when Chinese rural labor move to cities, their consumption increased by 30%. When, again, as a next step, when they become a registered urban resident, namely they get hukou, their consumption can increase by another 30%. That means we can gain the potentials for economic growth from both supply side, the potential growth rate, and demand side. So I stop here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, merci. Donc, il y a en effet une...
Thank you, sir. Well, it is a very specific situation in China with that population that tends to decline, which is seen as an economic problem, whilst investment necessary for social welfare and for the economy are important in size. So the fact that this question is being raised, should we reform the system, in particular of internal migration within China. I'll turn to you, Pandu Shahir. If we look at Indonesia, would you say that some of the challenges are the same as for China, or not at all?
Maybe a bit different. Maybe just to share my 5 minutes about Indonesia. Some of you may know, some of you may not know. I'm Pandu. My background is an investor. We invest across Southeast Asia, but Indonesia is our main focus. Indonesia, for some of you that may not know, is the 4th largest country in the world, 10th largest in GDP by purchasing power parity. And this year we are privileged to host the G20 event this November in Bali. I think most of you know more about Bali than Indonesia, but Bali is a part of Indonesia. But before I start a little bit about Indonesia, I also wanted to address my condolences to our friends in Japan from the passing of Prime Minister Abe. I think what happened today was a big shock to all of us who has a belief that free speech and free thoughts should be an essential part of our rights. So when something as tragic as something that happened today, we can only say condolences to our friends in Japan, and hopefully that Japan itself can recover as a nation state. But moving on, may be different than China. We're about a decade behind in terms of economic growth, but we are actually at an inflection point. We have a very young population, 26 years old on average. So that's about 70–75% are very young. We are growing at 5.5% this year and maybe another 5% next year. Inflation is low, relatively 4%. So we're actually at a reverse situation. And having this young population economists like to call it demographic bonus. I like to call it, yes, it's a bonus in the short term, but in the medium term, it can also be a big risk to us, right, as a country. So there's a couple of things that is shared between us and French that maybe some of you know, some of you not know. We are growing economic ties between Indonesia and France. This year alone in defense, we will be buying, I think, 42 jets from France, right? I think that totals over $30 billion of investment. We're buying 3 submarines from France, which I think is good because the Australian can no longer buy, so hopefully this helps. And then number 2, we're also buying more satellites because we believe telecommunication is becoming more important. And lastly, in the last meeting a week ago in the G7 between your president and our president, we want to focus on energy transition. So we've already focused after the COP26, if I'm not mistaken here, COP21, 5–6 years ago in Paris, Indonesia has declared that it will be net zero carbon by 2050. So we are moving from fossil fuel into renewable energy. So this is also a big discussion that is happening, and hopefully there are more economic and businesses that we can do together. So obviously defense is a beginning, and hopefully second, in the short to medium term, we'll have more investment in renewable energy. And if there's renewable, there's 3 things. One is nuclear. I know you're a big proponent of nuclear. But number 2 and 3, which I think will be attainable, will be in solar and hydro, which will be a big focus of us. So maybe just to wrap or just focus on a discussion on demographic, one of the big risks that we have is related to education, especially in STEM. So I met one of the main architect of French 2030, Mr. Bruno from your government, and his focus really is how to have 1 million more engineers the next decade. Similar to us, we also probably need more, about 2 million engineers the next 10 years. So when you talk about this, what we need to do in short term is a free movement of high quality talents to come in and out of our country, free visa, help in tax, so people can work in short term. Number 2 is transfer of knowledge. So a lot of our discussion this last 3 days, I've been in Paris talking to businesses, is how can each of us invest, move talent into this part, into Indonesia, where we're, I think, about a decade behind too, in terms of research and everything. So we have a lot to learn from France, especially in the area of AI, artificial intelligence, and deep tech. So in the very short term, free movement of human capital. And in the medium term, will be a lot more focus and capital in R&D in our universities. So this is going to be a structural discussion on education. So, I don't want to take too much because I think for a lot of you is that, okay, Indonesia is a big country, very young population. Thank you for doing business, and hopefully we can do more business together. But number 3 also, Indonesia is also a place of opportunity for all of you. Not just in terms of economic, but also in terms of culture, and also in terms of the way we do things. I think last thing I want to close my initial remarks is that we're not very different between Indonesia and France. We're people of ideas. We really believe in the ideals of ideas. We're full democratic countries. Thankfully, right now, our president, President Joko Widodo, Jokowi, we have about a 95% on the parliament, and also 80% on popularity rating. And I think he's today very much loved by our people. And we're going to have election in 2 years, so hopefully whoever replaces him next will also be equally loved. So I'll close on that, and thank you for having me. This is my first time, and you have such a beautiful city here, so I really want to thank you for your kind hospitality.
Merci à vous, merci d'être là.
Thank you for being here. And you know that at the Rencontre we have a lot of young talents. We have young yellow vests and blue vests, and we have a lot of people who will be interested in what you're saying. But you're about to take away our young talents. You want to hire them, but that's actually all the better in a way, because it's a land of opportunity, definitely. The difficulty of aging China, but also of the lack of youth, and also the lot of the youth that we have in Indonesia, because they lack skills. This is actually what is at stake here. I will give the floor now to Paolo Artini, and we are going to talk about another dimension of democracy that shapes the world, that is actually very much present in the media. That's the question of refugees and the movement of forced movements of population. Thank you very much. I see that the demographic shock actually creates a upheaval in the world, but also for the refugees, and that creates actually a lot of movements. There's a lot of forced displaced people. So I will now talk about this third variable, namely migration, but not really as well, because I'll talk about those that have to move away because of violence, persecution, and war. I will start with some figures to give you an idea and to give you the context of the problem. Before the World Day of Refugees, that was the 20th of June, we published a report on the world trends of forced displacement. And the figure shows that we are now at 89 million people that are displaced, that are displaced by force. So that's a lot of people. That's actually 1 out of 88. That's actually 8%. I'm talking about 2021 year to year, as opposed to 2020. And in 10 years, the figure has doubled. It's twofold. So you can see the progression of displaced people that are displaced by force. We have refugees among them that left their country. We talk about 27 million people that are refugees in the world. We also have a lot of large states that are hosting refugees, like Turkey, Colombia, Pakistan, Uganda, and so on. But also, we have countries of origin. 2/3 of people come from 5 main countries of origin: Venezuela, Afghanistan, South Sudan, Myanmar, and Syria. These are the 5 countries of origin that actually generate the most refugees in the world. We have a question off mic. Sorry, the interpreter couldn't hear. That is very important because we're talking about 2021. I'm reaching now to 2022 because we have the Ukrainian crisis. But we'll stick now for a small period of time on the demography of forced displaced people in 2021. And after that, we have those that are actually displaced within a country. And we're talking about 53 million people. So we can see the upheavals, the problems in Myanmar, the confrontation in Israel, the conflicts in Ethiopia. And that actually creates a movement of population. But it is true, the world has changed. In 2022, we have had the fastest crisis with refugees, displaced people, and that was actually the fastest since the Second World War. And further to this crisis, we reached May 2022, and we actually had more than 5 million people that were displaced by force in the world. That's actually a significant number of people. It's a symbolic figure. And we shouldn't forget that the Ukrainian war has had an impact on other crises in Afghanistan, in Africa, with the increase of prices of foodstuffs, and first necessity goods. So we have had a huge number, a huge increase of forced displaced people. But we have a combination of all these factors. We also had the pandemic, but also the climate crisis. This is combined with the forced displaced people, and this actually exacerbates the phenomenon. In the East Africa, for instance, we have a huge problem of drought, but also, and actually that entails also a food problem, a food safety problem. So there's a combination of factors that continue to gain momentum, and that actually entails an increase of forced displaced people. As was said, if the international community doesn't do anything to solve the conflict, to find solutions, then this will increase. This problem will be even more important, more severe. And so this is a very big problem, and a lot of humanitarians are facing with this challenge right now and trying to tackle this problem. Whilst waiting to find the solutions to solve the conflict, what are the governance instruments to tackle the problem of refugees and immigration? I will start with the Declaration of New York from 2016, because with this declaration, adopted by the UNGA, we've had an impact on refugees, but also on migration. The World Pact on Refugees is very important because it is based upon the Geneva Convention of '51, but also it talks about the necessity to share responsibilities. Because let's not forget that the great majority of refugees come from countries that are developing countries with low income, mid-income, and most of refugees, they come from countries that are neighboring countries where there's a crisis. And so we have to share responsibility, but also funding. There's not only financial support that is necessary. We could also share responsibility in terms of legal remedies, for instance, to help them settle down in other places, to find a first asylum, for instance, because a lot of places are under pressure. We should actually find a place in a third state country. We have the Agency for Refugees that actually made some forecasts for 2023, and they said that 2 million refugees that are the most vulnerable ones that should actually move away and find a new settlement. It's actually a 36% increase as opposed to 2022. So a huge increase. And then we also have a matter of legal remedies in terms of labor mobility, for instance. These are complementary measures. We also can have private sponsorship or mentorship. In Canada, we use that a lot. We can also have humanitarian corridors. France uses it, but also university corridors for the possibility for countries from first asylum to go to France to continue their study at a higher level, to have access to masters. This is a complementary measure that actually can be a symbol that it can embody solidarity, but we also have bad governance, or non-governance, or lack thereof, actually. We have a lot of phenomena that are of concern to all of us. First, the weaponization of refugees, if we use them as tools for geopolitical reasons, or when we outsource the responsibility in terms of asylum processing measures. We say we want to protect the refugees, but we say, oh no, it's not us, it's another country that should deal with it. Or if we also have a lot of red tape, and then we push them back at the border by doing so for administrative reasons or others. So, in terms of governance, there are solutions, but there's also a lot of challenges. I will wrap up now by talking about one of the solutions. A lot of countries have understood that the best solution to manage the problem of refugees is to have social inclusion through work. Access to employment is of paramount importance. It is an engagement, a commitment that concerns everyone. And that shows how important it is to, when we give access to work for refugees, that can actually bring an added value, diversity, loyalty for companies. And that's very important. But that's also the objective of the World Pact on Refugees, is to reinforce autonomy, empowerment, to empower the refugees. And I would like to insist upon this point, the sharing of responsibilities in terms of solidarity, but also the importance of freeing up the potential of refugees to contribute positively to the host country. Thank you. We can see how these are all intrinsically linked. We have the political aspect, we have the economy, we also have the demography. And I will now give the floor to Martine Vassal, who will talk about a more local point of view, and we'll see how the region, which is at the very heart of a ecosystem where we have a lot of demographic discrepancies, if we can see from this side of the Mediterranean or the other side of the Med Sea, we can see how this region can actually profit from this situation. Well, the answer to your question, the issue of democratic shock, will it actually help with, will it actually harm the balance of the world? I could say yes, because we have a lot of crises coming up. There are social crises, health crisis, or climate crisis. And if we do nothing, tomorrow the old continents will disappear to the benefit of others, or some people will impose their way of life. So it is of crucial importance for us to act as an institution to make sure that things go as smoothly as possible. We can see now that in our territory, but also in France, the population is aging. Okay, we're getting old, and for a longer period of time, so it's all the better. We are helped for this, we get assistance, but behind this, the mass of people working is decreasing, the working population is decreasing. In our region, it's a bit different, because we're lucky in the Bouches-du-Rhône region to have a young population as a result of immigration flows, but we also have a geostrategic positioning that allows us to have, in the Med region, to have ties with the African continent, and that allows us also to anticipate things and to work with the African continent. And we are all today engaged in this, because we think that if tomorrow, on top of all the shocks, may it be the climate shock and the others that will increase all the issues that we have to face, we'll have more and more people leaving their country to go to countries where we have water, where we can eat, and where we can live normally. And I'm talking about, I'm not talking about working, I'm talking about surviving here. And this is why we have woven ties, cultural ties, and these have been woven for many years, because here we have a lot of young people coming from immigrants. A small part is also born here. In Marseille, we have 70 consular posts. That shows how many ties we have with different countries, and we have more than 37 nationalities that are represented in our territory. So that shows that we are a full-fledged melting pot, and that's actually part and parcel of our culture. We also have a role as a metropole to actually have a gateway with Africa, to help Africa, because we're very far away from China and we're a bit far away from Indonesia, but we're very close to the African continent, and as such we also have the duty to help the African continent to develop itself. And we had a summit which was quite interesting, a Europe-Africa summit in our region, and the Prime Minister of Senegal explained to us the following. She said that she wished our craftsmen, our doctors, to go to Africa to explain to the African population what they should do to develop their country. And that is what is important, is we need to have this link, this connection. And we need to help the young people, but also the companies, to have a wider market. And when we help and assist Africa, we actually help the youth of the future. We help the world, because if they can go away from their home country, they can ship away. When they go through the Med Sea and they risk dying in dire, when they actually go on dire boats, that shows that there's a problem in Africa, because there's a problem to solve. But we need to have structures also that allow us to say to them, we can help them, that we can help them. And this is what is important. We need to have this connection. And I'm delighted that you are here today, because you can be our institutional spokesman. We are very much willing to help, and we want to help those that are on the other side of the Med Sea, not only for training, because this is something we can do, for sure, but also in the matter of way of life, because when on the other side of the Med Sea we have an urbanized city where there's no sanitation structure and everything is spilled in the sea, then it comes over to our side of the Med Sea. And so this is why we need to be in close connection. We need to have gateways. We need to have bridges, but in dual circulation. Not only for us to go and find some places to settle our factories or companies, but they could also come over to capitalize upon our knowledge and skills. We have a lot of things to do, we have a lot of ties, and we have to multiply them with China. China is also part and parcel of our plans for the future, because China's population is reducing in a much faster way than us, and that shows us the path that we shouldn't follow, because if we continue to have an aging population, then unfortunately we'll reach a point where we will not be able to pay social benefits of the elderly of our country. And the system is well done, and it's done in such a way that working population pays for the elderly. But if we do not have young people and a working population that is enough in size, then we cannot pay for the elderly. So at the world scale, and not only at the microscopic scale of our territories, we have to help those that want to develop themselves and allow ourselves to have a continuum and to make sure that our children can have a choice. And I insist on this. Our children, our grandchildren should have the choice to stay on their home soil or to live elsewhere. And we should have ties that should be closer and closer. We work with a lot of young people. We have some counselors from the metropole that work with us. They are our future. They are here to help us in our decision-making process because, you know, making decision takes time. But our duty is also to work with people that we say are actually senior and that they are the golden age, so to say. This is the way we call it. The senior age group, they have made a contribution to the society and we should help them. It is our duty to help them then on. And we'll have more and more of them and we'll have to pay for their welfare. It's a challenge that we should face all together in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, but also with the US. They cannot stand on their own, actually. They will certainly face the same challenge as us. Thank you. We still have a bit of time to answer questions. So you can raise your hands and we'll give you a mic. There was a first question that was asked by Jean Wang on the chat box. I hesitate to mention it, but what is the right balance? It's hard. That's a tough question, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know who will answer that. But when we talk about demography, it seems that we never strike the right balance. Either we have too many immigrants, either we have a population that is too young or too old. And when I listen to this discussion, I think that you were quite realistic and quite pragmatic in the way you spoke. It seems that this is something we can manage. The perceptions are very often dramatic, but we may have a different vision of the situation, may it be from the public or the private sector. We will actually listen to all questions at once, and then you will answer them, because we do not have a lot of time. Thank you very much for this conference. It's very interesting. I will hurry up. I have a question for Mr. Artini regarding the migratory crisis. It seems to worsen and worsen as time flies, especially when we hear your figures. What about the institutions? What do they do about it? What is the power of the United Nations? What is the power of the European Union? How about all these groups of nations? Is it only one country that can decide how they will manage a group of migrants coming in? Or is there an institution that can regulate these flows and these crises, and that are actually able to solve this problem in and out? I have a question. Shouldn't we find the right balance by talking to women? I have read, but I would like to have your opinion about it. If we work on women's education, first of all, they tend to have less children, and if they are educated, they work, so that actually help for the growth, the economic growth, and that actually help finding the right balance, and that would solve the problem of the demography, and help out with the economic growth issue. I have a question that actually goes far beyond what the scope of this discussion, but I hope you will certainly answering. How about theoretical studies to anticipate? When we know that there's a huge demographic density and a restricted farmland size, like in India, and we should also talk about and think about water scarcity to try to anticipate migration flows. Of course, this will not be done overnight, but this is a research for the Cercle des économistes and the young people as well. I will encourage you to do so, because India is the country where we have the smallest useful farmland side. And if you combine this with water scarcity, we'll definitely have migration. I read it in a newspaper that we all know about. When there's no more water, then people walk away. And one day they will become refugees, you know. This is something that was unthinkable 10, 20 years ago. And now we can see it. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we'll definitely face this challenge. And we can't say, oh, we didn't have the right tools to anticipate this. None of us will have the means to settle that then. We should start thinking about it right now. Because otherwise, in 10, 15 years, we'll definitely have problems. We'll have climatic refugees. This is a concern. I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. I would like each and every one of the panelists to answer the questions that were asked. Professor Kai, maybe you want to start and say a few words.
We have so many balance issues that actually are challenging, facing by us, both the society and the policymakers. One, for example, as I said previously, a big balance issue in China is the balance between supply side growth potential and demand side the supportive capability to the economic growth. Another balance is, as someone mentioned about the gender issue. In China, people tend not to have more children because there is a very big cost in raising families. So there is a balance or trade-off between career development and family development.
Merci.
I believe both the government policy and the society and even the entrepreneur can do something about it to give a better balance between the career and the family development.
Merci, Professeur Kai. Je vous coupe. Merci beaucoup parce que j'aimerais que chaque...
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but I would like each panelist to say a few words. Pandu, maybe you have the word. You have the floor. Quickly.
Every country, Indonesia included, France included, and for its citizens, I think the most important now, especially with the Ukraine war, is about energy security, food and water security. And this is very short-termist, but today now we realize this, right? And then third, obviously, the power of our citizens. Because at the end, even for me right now, whatever I'm doing today is simply a bridge to my younger brothers and sisters, those that are in their 20s and 30s. So whatever we do today, whatever our action we're doing today, is really for the benefit of them. We are simply a bridge for each of our society. So this discussion has been so helpful and amazing. Just want to thank all of you for just sharing this, and hopefully we can make new friends. Thank you.
Merci pour cette très belle image du pont. Paolo.
Thank you for this bridge symbol. To strike the right balance, we have to understand that we have an imbalance in the world, first of all. We have to provide assistance for all crises, not only in Ukraine. We shouldn't forget the other crises, the refugees, for instance. The state, the institutions can do something, and the war in Ukraine showed that with the activation of temporary protection with solidarity platforms, we can find solutions. Martin Vasari was talking about a subject, solidarity is possible also. We can find solutions. And something that would need to be substantiated is also we need to anticipate the displaced people. There are factors that can be the subject of studies to see if there are tensions between farmers, the matter of water scarcity. This is something that is very important to prepare, to anticipate the future displacements. A few words for the end. That's a huge burden on my shoulders. It's not really a solution for that women should all be educated in brackets, because they are very much educated and natality is decreasing because they are studying. Their children, they get their children when they're older. So the balance to find is very hard to strike. I don't think we can determine a balance today. I think we should actually have good practices and we need to apply them now. We should be role models on a daily basis. And this is very important, the acceptance of others in their differences, to accept the others in the way they are different. And sometimes we do that on very futile aspects for culture, for instance, for cultural aspects. Weaving cultural ties with different countries is actually a matter of building bridges and gateways that can help overcome these difficulties. And this is where we have a problem. This is the challenge of tomorrow. For those that are on their home soil, they might want to stay. We are working on our territory on something on energy sovereignty and food sovereignty. We want to avoid generating greenhouse gases, and we want people that are on their home soil to be independent. And that's not the case today. So I think that the percentage is hard. And I actually have faith in the United Nations. I think the United Nations should be the bridge between all the nations in the world. We should all have the willingness to take profit from these good practices. I'm sorry we're running out of time. It's fascinating. We couldn't answer all the questions, but let's actually use the opportunity of the Rencontre économique to dwell upon these questions. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us despite the heat, and thanks for sharing what's left of your attention span for this new panel discussion on a topic that is of interest to all of us. We'll brainstorm together with our experts and panelists what could a globalized health look like. It could seem abstract, but it's not at all, of course, because we've all gone through 2 years of pandemic. COVID-19 raised so many questions that we might tackle tonight. So I'm a mouthpiece, and actually the brain is Patricia Augier. She's a member of the Cercle des Économistes. She's a researcher and at the Aix-Marseille School of Economics. Together with us, also to tackle the questions on your mind, Catherine Touvret. Hello, shall I say a good afternoon or a good evening? I think we can still say good afternoon. She's at the head of Harmonie Mutuelle. Laurent Rousseau, welcome, sir, who's the general manager of SCOR. And Martin Hirsch, who was at the head of the public hospital network in the Paris region until very recently, so has first-hand experience in health matters, patients and all health workers. And this is a little teaser for you. We'll have a guest star who's the head of the WHO, Mr. Ghebreyesus, who will tell us more about what he wishes for. But I'll let Patricia set the scene, and then our different panelists will maybe bring forward. So, several Patricia, apologies for that. Who Patricias for you now? Well, to tackle the question of transformations of our world, there are several questions we have to raise, especially after 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic. It's really been the first concrete illustration of globalized health. What lessons can we learn? First, was there a fair management of people suffering from the virus? Clearly, the answer is no. Vaccine coverage in emerging and developing countries was very insufficient. Mid-November, 53% of world population had received at least one dose, whereas that figure was below 7% for low-income countries. Came September 21, 75% of doses were given in about a dozen countries only. So I think the managing director of WHO will come back to that, this inequality when it came to the virus. COVAX, of course, the COVAX scheme was set up, but it was not up to the task. More than a year down the line, after the COVAX scheme was set up, Africa had only received 2% of all vaccines. And so there was a shortage of vaccines, and the reason for that is that there were not sufficient production capacity around the world. And a solution to that might have been the temporary waiving of patents. So there are arguments pro and con on custom and excise and patents. Are these arguments against the waiving of tax and patents? Are these arguments admissible? We know that these patents are an incentive to R&D, but when it comes to health, it's more complex than that, because health is a common good. And research, medical research, is financed by governments and states. COVID vaccines, it is estimated that public financing given to 9 pharmaceutical companies represented 43%, so that's almost half of the total financing. Adding to that public financing over the last 20 years to develop mRNA technology, well, it is estimated that 97% of the financing of AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine came from public funding. So arguments against the temporal waiving of patents can be discussed and disputed, but in the context of COVID, they are simply not admissible. And that proposal to waive patents put forward by India and South Africa and supported by over 100 countries was rejected by WTO since October 2020 and has only been agreed to in June last, but in a very watered down version. Only vaccines, not tests, no drugs, and temporary waiving will only go for 5 years. Beyond the specific context of the pandemic, generally speaking, we should really insist on the fact that the current practice in terms of regulation of pharmaceutical market does not factor in public investment in value creation in the pharmaceutical sector, and that funding given to the private sector is without any conditions attached to them. So risks in terms of R&D are sort of publicized or socialized, whereas that's not true of the vaccine. As far as COVID went, benefits, quantities, prices, the choice of the few happy beneficiaries of technology transfers, and even the selection of buyers, all of these were in the hands of pharmaceutical companies, and all of that was carried out against the backdrop of a health emergency, with, of course, millions of lives at stake. So can we reasonably globalize health on that basis? Clearly, the answer is no. And a third point I wanted to raise, can we go on being dependent on a small number of countries, especially China and India, for essential drugs? We know that China has become the leading producer of active ingredients. For example, penicillin, 50% of ibuprofen, 60% of paracetamol. And beyond the necessity to diversify our supply chains, it would, from my perspective, might be more realistic, rather than wanting to reorganize everything on a national scale or in a European scale. We should wonder why pharmaceutical companies relocated in these countries, which brings us to another question that needs raising as well. When we say globalizing health, does it mean also globalizing, and that is to say relocating pollution connected to these industries? Relocating to Asia was a way of circumventing or bypassing environmental constraints. Pharmaceutical companies thus make the most of a highly permissive regulation in terms of environmental repercussions. These industries are highly polluting, and so it begs the question of environmental and human costs. Of course, that it all depends what kind of world we want to build in the future. Health is directly linked with the economy. It's the very basis of human capital, and it is the basis for the social fabric, social cohesion. And as I said, health is it is a common good. So if you want a more inclusive world, a fairer world, it would be imperative to ensure health for all. But maybe I'll stop here. So what can we do to work towards health for all? You know that for these rencontres, we often have the crème de la crème, the best experts in their fields, and this panel will be no exception. World exclusivity. We have the head of the WHO. I don't want to get his name wrong, says the speaker, Mr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. So, sir, maybe you want to say something about equality. Let's hear the head of the WHO.
Colleagues and friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed vast inequalities across and within countries. In 2020, WHO and partners created the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator to accelerate the development of life-saving tools to fight COVID-19 and ensure the equitable distribution of tools to fight the virus. Vaccines and tools were developed in record time, but they were not distributed equally. We delivered over 1.5 billion vaccine doses through COVAX and lowered the cost of diagnostics and treatments. However, our job is far from over. Last year, hoarding of vaccines by a few countries was the major barrier to access. This year, its distribution and uptake. I urge governments to increase their contributions to the ACT Accelerator using the fair share calculations set out in ACT-A's financing framework. This will help bridge the equity gap, increase population immunity, and insulate against future waves. WHO is also working to put the tools directly in the hands of those who need them the most by boosting local manufacturing in low and middle income countries. Last year, we helped establish the first technology transfer hub in South Africa. It's initially prioritizing mRNA vaccine technology, but in the future could expand to production of other vaccines and biotherapeutics. WHO will continue to support efforts to improve access to safe and effective medical products, to bring the pandemic under control, and drive a truly inclusive and sustainable recovery. I thank you.
C'est nous qui vous remercions, Monsieur le Directeur Général de la Santé. Oui, on peut...
Well, we thank you, sir. Yes, I think that deserved a round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros, for making the time. Of course, that will probably prompt reactions. Catherine Touvray, please share your viewpoint, but I'm sure what the head of the WHO really said is going to prompt a reaction. We mentioned the connection between public stakeholders and the private sector. You, as a stakeholder, as part of the insurance sector, what role can you play? Well, first, I'd like to say that I'm delighted to take part in this panel discussion. We are a group of private health insurance companies, and we help support 10 million French citizens day in, day out. So I am going to speak from a field perspective. I'd like to respond to a few things that have been said about cooperation first. As we said, as we saw during the COVID pandemic, we need these cooperations so much, and we saw how it was more or less simple to develop them on a national, international scale, depending on the pre-existing frameworks or lack of pre-existing framework. because acting within these frameworks whilst also responding to an emergency crisis can be difficult. So we saw what was developed on a European scale. The Europe Medicines Agency helped us and will help us some more in the future. Speaking as someone coming from the field, what I'd like to also volunteer in terms of information, it's good to have vaccines, tests, technical tools, let's say, but nothing can be done without population, without engaging a population. So we saw that the acceptance of vaccines was not a given. And Patricia said, so health is one of these commons. So it is about how people live together and how we protect and nurture social fabric. That is absolutely essential. And what I wanted to say, also picking up on what's been said, is that we see shortage of drugs. We saw that for vaccines, but we observe the same. I'm thinking of the hospitals in Lyon. They decided to associate with a startup company to manufacture a drug for immunodepressed patients because this drug is no longer available. So, and we're talking France in 2022, and we see it in our pharmacies, in hospitals or elsewhere. There's this really pressing matter of shortage of drugs. So we talked of different scales, local, national, international. I don't want to speak for too long, but we certainly hope that health will become a world common good. Well, diseases certainly are something we have in common. So with COVID, there are alerts on monkeypox at the moment. So this new form of monkeypox. Another word about the environment. It's very hot today. You said so, Patricia. Experts say that with an increase of 2 degrees, it's malaria coming back to our countries. So, because countries in the south are more familiar with malaria than we are. So those are just a few things I wanted to say to fuel the discussion on this topic that you proposed. Laurent, I'm going to give you the floor so that you can share your viewpoint. What Catherine said was extremely hands-on, extremely practical as we prepare this panel discussion, because we do prepare. What you said, what you insisted on is data sharing. And we realized during COVID that it's something we thought was fully globalized. We think of our smartphones, the internet, but actually when it comes to health, it's not that easy. Absolutely. Well, I speak from an insurer's point of view and a reinsurer's point of view. So our core business is about ensuring these lives and the health of people. So I am a risk practitioner, if I can put it like that. Health shouldn't induce more anxiety, but risk is about risk management. It's about defining these risks. And technology is absolutely essential, in my view. Firstly, if we define the different types of risks, and if we look at health, there's a first parameter that is frequency and severity. So health risks can be about frequency and also about severity. Is it a local risk or is it a global risk? Well, it's both, really. There are global issues, and the pandemic was definitely a world risk, and it's actually developed ever since ancient times with the development of trade. And we saw that pandemics were part and parcel of world and globalized economies. So not only about caring for bodies, but also mental health. So we have to have a holistic vision of health. So to draw the link with data is essential from two perspectives. to be able to manage risks, you have to know, to have good knowledge of that risks. And as insurers, we invest in gaining a better knowledge of risks. To give you a very simple example, we've developed a model and modelization for breast cancer. You know, the US is the country of statistics. Well, we saw that the CDC, Johns Hopkins data, that was very useful. And for COVID was a case in point because we saw that data was fully globalized. We've used data coming from a variety of sources. So upstream from risk management, we have to really break silos when it comes to data. There were initiatives in France, but we're not exactly a step forward in that regard. And there's also data when it comes to what's downstream from risks per se. There's vaccines and also access to vaccines. Health pathways have to be really patient-centric and not hospital-centric. And Martin Hirsch will no doubt have something to say about that. We saw that COVID and technology brought forward a development of telemedicine, and it's a complement to being able to see a doctor in person. It's important to stress that it's a complement, and technology will play an important part. What is the role of each and every one of us? Well, we have to be, really empowered in that regard. And then there's the question of public authorities on a national scale and on a local scale. They have a role to play. And there's a third level, which is about really mutualization, and that's where insurers and reinsurers play a part. And then there's the systemic scale, which is across governments and across public authorities. So to me, it's absolutely essential to tackle health as a global risk, a risk for the whole of humanity. And it's all the more important when we see borders coming back up and the world fragmenting. Thank you very much.
So, Martin Hirsch, we have billions of questions to ask. We can't ask them all, but the first question that I wanted to ask, to share with you, we've actually mentioned it earlier, the topic of today is globalizing health. You were at the head of BHP. We all know what's happening now in public health, what the ER sectors actually are going through. You're talking about local scale and national scale, as if everything was actually linked in. Does it have a link with the globalization of health as we see it today, or is it just a side phenomenon? And my question is actually not a case in point at all, not topical at all. No, actually not. The crisis that we actually see in the public health system, as we read it in the newspapers, the nurses and so on, is it something that is typically French, or is it something that is seen worldwide? Well, it is something that we see worldwide. I will go back to the introduction that was made, and I'll try to be provocative once again. Maybe we shouldn't vaccinate the whole population. Maybe it was wrong to set this goal, to vaccinate the whole world. I'm sorry. For France, we should be all vaccinated. I hope it's not anti-vax that are actually giving me a round of applause. Please don't be mistaken with what I'm saying. At one point, we said 75% of the population of African countries should get vaccine. The authorities of these countries considered that this figure was not relevant because they were younger, the way of life was different, the dissemination of the virus was different, and maybe they needed something else. It doesn't mean that there was no problem in terms of access to health. I'm not saying that. I'm not questioning this. But when we look back, with UNITED and the WHO, we could see that they were able to give HIV medicine, but also tuberculosis drugs, but also malaria drugs at prices that were higher, and negotiations took place, and they were quite interesting. And that had actually a stronger impact than vaccination. Look at the mortality rate per country. But anyway, this is all a matter of debate, and I don't want to go back to that. When we talk about globalization, let's talk about the hierarchy in terms of the top countries, in terms of access to health. We would say that we would think that normally it would be the wealthiest countries, and that the most performing ones should be the US, Germany, France, UK, some Scandinavian countries, and Switzerland. But that's not the case. That's not what we see. Because the COVID stakes that were actually the resuscitation beds, mainly, that was what was at stake. But it was also mask provisioning, respecting a certain number of rules. And that was actually something that a lot of countries could do, and they didn't need to have a high technicity. And actually, when you have some country that spend 20% of their GDP, that we could say that they actually made a lot of mistakes with COVID, because we were having a president that was saying a lot of BS in regards to the COVID, for instance. But when we look at the other countries, those that are not top countries in terms of wealth, and they managed to handle that quite well. We have a lot of debates that are actually fascinating if we talk about China and others, but I think that helps us to think about this in a different way. It's not a matter of having 3 organs at once in a single surgery. It's also a matter of knowing whether you can have public health policy and during the 21st century. Let's remember Claude Bernard and others. That could be interesting. Second subject, which is dear to my heart, we're going from the world to Europe now. Europe. Well, it managed to change conceptually. I remember when I was I was dealing with food security. They were trying to prevent some measures that were protecting health. I'm actually making things bigger than they are, but there were some countries that forbade to feed cows from meat, that were meaty. That was actually to have some commercial barriers. And that was actually what was happening with health, is to work against the single market. But here, what did we have with the COVID? It was wonderful. We had everyone buying together vaccines, and it was a major U-turn in terms of concept. We should continue this way, in this path. And there are a lot of states that didn't do that, maybe because they didn't think that it was necessary, or they thought that they had other alternatives. But this was a huge breakthrough, and this is something that we will not change now. And that can open a lot of doors, including in terms of manufacturing of drugs. I'll go back to that. Vaccines cost a few euros per vaccine. Until Tuesday, I was the director of Hospitals of Paris for one person. I don't know how we can insure it, but one person, one treatment. One person, one treatment. 500,000 euros, one drug. 500,000. Carticel, that's the name. It's something that works, actually. All good. But today, for some very specific leukemias, we're working really hard to make sure that this can help for other forms of cancers, and we go from a few thousands at the scale of France to dozens of thousands. This economic model cannot be scaled up, so we have to reorganize it. Two other subjects that I would like to tackle, and that seem important for me. What has changed during the last 20 years? When we had actually a map of health insurance, we had a map of the old Europe, where we had the US, which had the strange system. And then Japan, the OCDE, plus countries, and the insurance, the health insurance and social benefits made a lot of progress in Latin America, in China, in Africa. Of course, there were inequalities. It was not perfect. It was not the Bismarck system, of course, but that managed to make things in a solvent. And there were requests from the UN after the 2008 crisis. And we realized that during the 2008 crisis, the countries that managed to handle that well were the ones that managed to have a social welfare system, a protection for their citizens. And these last 15 years, we saw a change of landscape that was quite radical. In terms of payment, the repayment, everything can be done with a mobile phone in much simpler conditions, much simpler than what we had before. I have 15 examples, but I'm going to give you one. The shortage of the health professionals. And that is actually having a link with what we have in the hospitals in France. I was in New York a month ago. They have no shrink anymore at night. There are two guys in a corner who are dealing with emergencies for the 17 emergency services in Berlin in January. We were having a lot of problems. They had 43% of their beds that were actually closed. And I'm not talking about health professionals in a certain number of countries from Africa. Shortage of doctors, of vets, of nurses, and so on and so forth. The WHO thinks that in 10 years to come, 10 million health professionals are going to be lacking. So we have a huge challenge to overcome with regards to shortages, and that actually is taking place in most countries. We have to find a local response, a local answer to that problem, but also a global one when it comes to health professionals. That is of crucial importance. And we need to change the health professional format, because the health professionals of today will not be the ones that we used to have 30 years ago. Everybody wants to react to what was said. Patricia, Laurent, and Catherine, you have the floor. I would like to follow up on what was said on two subjects. In line with what Catherine said, as to the acceptance of vaccines, in which way countries can improve their capacities. In 2019, the World Index of Health Security ranked the US at the first, as a top country, as the best country to handle an epidemic. The second one was UK. So that actually raises the question of how can country implement their capacities, their theoretical capacities. There was a huge discrepancy between these indexes and reality, and the consequences that we could see. I will also like to react to what you said, Martin. I'm always embarrassed when we make that type of declaration. We are reaching our fourth dose, and we're about to say, okay, just wear masks and wash your hands, and that will be fine, you know. No, we should give the opportunity to these countries to get vaccinated if they want to. Mortality linked to COVID is not known in the southern countries, and that's a matter of data statistics. There are certainly more disease in the south than in the north. In South Africa, for instance, the youth was hugely impacted. In Tunisia, people were dying in the halls of the hospital. In India, it was terrible. I'm very much embarrassed. Of course, the vaccine may not be the magic solution, But it's actually very embarrassing for us as a northern country to say, okay, we have chosen this option, but you should choose for others. I was actually a chief of staff of Mr. Kushner. We say that the drugs are in the north and the sick people are in the south. We should not keep our 8 doses of vaccine here. I'm not saying that, but in terms of public health, maybe what could be more useful, and of course, we need to make sure that these countries can allocate a part of their GDP to vaccines, and they should have subsidies as well from outside. But the most useful tool for public health reasons, due to their demographic, to their age pyramid, is it really the vaccine? Is it the COVID vaccine? Or maybe we should opt for other treatments. And I think we should be able to ask the question. There's no shortage anymore, but they remain very costly. So we should at least give them the opportunity to manufacture them. We still have intellectual property rights on. We haven't renounced to them. And there was a lot of battles to make sure that they could have the license to manufacture vaccines, and we didn't give them the opportunity. Of course, the WTO also tried to give the opportunity to these countries to decide that some manufacturers could, that there was this possibility to manufacture these vaccines without the authorization from the manufacturers. And actually, COVID vaccine is much easier than the messenger RNA. And there needs to be a transfer technology, and we should ask for cooperation from our industrial sector. I would like to speak. Catherine, you wanted to say something. Yes, I would like to follow up on this, because populations and social behaviors are both the problem and the solution, as you have said. I'll take 2 examples. Vietnam during COVID. I had a son in Vietnam in January 2020. They were flabbergasted when they saw our behavior, because we didn't wash our hands, because they didn't take any precautions when they would get into shops. So there's a strong social pressure as well. And something else also that I would like to say. Health is not only a matter of sicknesses, it's also a matter of health capital. Guy Valencia was talking in Rhône-Alpes. There's about the same population as in Denmark, 78 hospitals in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, 21 in Denmark, and life expectancy is 10 years longer in Denmark than in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. Also, we can see that the subject of health, it's a collective and social issue. It's not a matter of being sick or not. And I would like to say that on top of everything that was said, I would like to follow up on this as well. We've had a crisis, we've had an epidemic, we're trying to draw in conclusions, but we don't have enough hindsight. We all have a mask in our bag, still. It's a matter of crisis management, and as an insurer and reinsurer, I'm saying that we should look up things upstream and anticipate things. Prevention is very important. We need to have prevention mechanisms. We all have in mind the matter of shortage of masks. How can we anticipate this? There's a matter of technology also that is very important. Information sharing is important. And also what Patricia said, which is quite disturbing, is a matter of funding. How can we fund investments? How can we absorb and dampen risks? Because we have insurance claims, we have a lot of bills to pay. We need to have a financial system that can hold up. How can we have a straightforward vision of what solidarity is at the national and international level, and what is a matter of pooling of risk? And if we can't face this reality of risk, and when it's likely to occur, when it can be very severe, and we have to quantify it, and we need a financier to actually support this when we have this risk, because we often make a mistake and confuse it with public health expenditure. We have to talk about risk, about random risk, because if something happens, we have to know how we can pay for it, and we have to anticipate and manage risks upstream. I have a question, because both of you are private sector stakeholders. We've heard the WHO director who was talking about solidarity and inducing us to have this solidarity spirit. We're talking about globalization. So Patricia was talking about BioNTech and the importance of public investment in vaccines. When we look at Pfizer profits, and I'm not trying to be anti-capitalist, take care, but their profits are just significant. How can they actually earn so much money on public health? Do they have a role to play? In proposals such as the director of WHO was making, or maybe it's just up to the states, to the public health authorities to say that beyond the traditional social insurance system, we could have an insurance, a health insurance, and it's up to us to do it. Or do you want to play a role and not only anticipate risk? I can tell you a story, that's for Laurent, to illustrate what he's just said. Beginning of April, there was a lady doctor who wrote to me, and she said, I'm working in the resuscitation department with my husband. We've resumed work after getting COVID, but we're happy to work. Thank you for everything you're doing, and so on. And she added something. We had planned to buy an apartment, but when we signed, the insurance was refused to us because we had COVID. And I called this great insurance company, and I said, well, I guess there must have been a mistake. And I said, no, we don't know how to insure ourselves. So we refused to insure anyone that got COVID. And so, fortunately enough, things changed afterwards. But that shows the difficulties that we can face. Second remark that I would like to make. The countries where the tests are free or actually are made for a fee, it's of course better to have free tests, and it's important for the public health authorities to pay up and to make sure that these tests are free, because otherwise we'll have people that would refuse to get tested because they don't want to pay 15 euros, 35 euros, or 50 euros. And that would actually entail much more, a bigger dissemination of the virus. And we've seen it in other countries. So the free access to a certain number of things that would protect the individual, but also the society at large, is actually very important. And that needs to be regulated. Thank you. That's a very good point. Let's not forget that insurers certainly were not full of glory, and bankers were the devils and the villains before, but now it's actually the insurance company. And I would like to report something, that there's a booklet at the entrance of this tent, the title of which is actually Sickness Insurance, a Partner of Welfare. That comes from the Allen Company. It's 6 years old. And what I want to say is that as long as the insurance company will only talk about risk and will not have an added value to the individual and to the society at large, and will not provide us assistance, we can actually extend that to real estate, to helping elderly. It can be strategic for the insurance companies. I'm actually utterly convinced about this. We cannot pay everything. When the pandemic was actually rampant, when we have systemic systems, when everything is at the same place at the same time, the insurance company cannot work, because we cannot actually pay insurance claims with the premiums of others. And this is where we have to work together with international institutions. And that's where the role of the insurance companies has to be reviewed and showed that it had boundaries. My answer would be yes. I'm rather for a socialization, maybe private or public. The individual cannot be left alone, especially when we talk about costs, as were mentioned earlier. I certainly believe in public policy, and I think that we should have a complementarity between the public and private sector. We are a complementary insurance company. We're not public, we're not private, we're a bit of the two. And so there's certainly a complementarity in the definition of basket of healthcare, because we have to know what we're talking about, and also in the way we define the actions that the individuals can do to make sure that initiatives can be undertaken for prevention purposes and not to go back to the 19th century public healthcare system, as was said. We still have a few minutes, but since I have all the questions, I would like to ask one to the four of you, to wrap up everything that was said this afternoon. COVID-19 pandemic, does it constitute for the global health in terms of tools, in terms of stakeholders? Is it a major challenge that weakens its principles and foundations, and that should entail a huge overhaul, a huge change in the world public health system? You have 3 hours. I would like to start. I think there was an Obama advisor who said that we shouldn't spoil the crisis. I think that gives the basics for something that didn't exist. There is something that is now possible. Conceptual changes are taking place, so I want to be optimistic. I agree. Bearing in mind the human nature, we know it. We know that bad habits are going to come back. So we should have a longer memory. My answer would be threefold when we talk about crisis. When we have a crisis, the good thing about it, the silver lining, is that we have wonderful innovations. In 2020, we thought, how can we solve a problem when we have all patients, if all the patients actually have COVID, even not severe cases, and they go to the ER hospitals, we're dead, and if we don't help them, they're going to be dead. And so we have COVID done, that was actually created, and we managed to follow 600,000 patients that were monitored from home. And in 6 days, we had an app that managed to monitor them daily. And when we needed to send an ambulance, we could do it easily. There are a lot of examples like this, a lot of examples of innovations. Every day, when you see that we are able to have 100% of hundreds of thousands, millions of tests that are being done, that are being carried out, and that actually feed a single system of data, this is wonderful, this is amazing. And then, obviously, epidemics and viruses and bacteria do not know any borders. But a lot of countries actually are reluctant to show that they have weaknesses in terms of their public health system. We all pretend to have the best public health system. And when we see that actually we manage to have problems for such and such sickness, it's actually a matter of showing that we are weak and admitting that we are weak. And we tend to hide that. And this is why we do not do a lot of trans-border epidemiology. It's very weak, and we should expand on that. We had a partnership with the University of Guam, so we thought that we had the best information, the most recent information, And then we realized that it was fake information. And then thirdly, we should review all the concepts and see how we should combine freedom, public health policy efficiency, and pooling of the expenditure. And in this way, we would have new bases, and we should keep the values and the principles that we have created in the 19th century, but we should adapt them to a different reality. It's up to you to wrap up now, because we can see that the time has flown, that we are running out of time. So to answer the question that was asked, we should change the rules of the game, clearly. And this COVID episode showed us that we should change the rules of the game. What does it mean? It means that we should give more power to national institutions, but also, and above all, to international institutions, WHO especially. I don't know if we should keep the WHO in its actual format. It's also a matter of knowing whether we are able and willing to lose our freedom somehow, somewhat, to help solve crises. We saw that there was the IMF after the Second World War. We need to have institutions, international institutions, that are taking on power further to crisis. So let's hope that in the realm of health, further to the COVID crisis, we could have more power within the international institutions, and we should have better public-private partnerships, because it's the duty of each and every one to help fight against these crises. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank also the director of WHO, and we will continue. Let's see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
tous.
Good evening, everybody. So we shall start this session number 16. Yes, 16th session already. The title is How Can We Ensure Our Defense? So you may have gathered that there are economic considerations, but at the heart of it, there will be geopolitics and geostrategy. So to discuss this subject, we're very fortunate indeed. We have very distinguished guests who are experts in the field. What you need to bear in mind is that had this schedule and the listing of sessions decided 6 months ago, we might not have had this session organized, because as you may have guessed, we are going to talk about the repercussions of Russia invading Ukraine. This caused a number of disruptions from a geopolitical perspective, geostrategic perspective. But as you know, it also caused a major disruption in terms of energy supply for European countries, but not only European countries, because the price of hydrocarbons has gone up all around the world, and also other commodities or raw material. And the repercussions on price has prompted a hike in inflation, but you might remember that inflation had already gone up before the crisis in Ukraine, and that already we had seen it during the COVID pandemic with the world supply chains being impacted. So, but we're not going to tackle really the economics of that question. Not exclusively, at any rate. Maybe I'll start with something that might seem a bit simplistic or something short of a joke. But, Admiral, please correct me if I'm wrong, but in the army, we say that you don't ask, well, when you want, you don't invest the same amount if you want a military force to parade on the parading ground, or if you want it to actually go in combat. So, which begs the question of overhauling the defense policy of a number of countries, and amongst them European countries. To discuss all of this, let's maybe split this session in 3 parts. Firstly, I'll give the floor to one of the actual players in our defense policy, and we'll listen to Anders Fogh Rasmussen. He is a former Danish Prime Minister from 2001 to 2009. Then you joined NATO as its Secretary General, and you were Secretary General of NATO until 2014. I think, Mr. Rasmussen, but I'll introduce everybody and then I'll give you the floor individually. Mr. Rasmussen might be able to give his insight on the new roadmap of NATO that was decided the latest Madrid summit at the end of June. That roadmap, NATO roadmap, features 2 main elements, which is to consider the Russian Federation as being clearly identified as a threat, the biggest and most direct threat for NATO countries. And another aspect, because we shall not only talk about the war in Ukraine, well, let's not talk about adversaries, but the fact that China is seen as a challenge to our values. This is the wording from the press release, to our values, the values of NATO alliance. So it's also about ensuring our defense, not only in Ukraine, but in the Pacific. Still amongst the players, so actual defense players, Admiral Pierre Vanier, apologies, from the French Navy. You were the Chief of Staff of the Minister of the French Army Minister. And I talked about China being a major challenge, I think probably the Navy has a lot to say about what can be done in the Pacific. I'll then give the floor to representatives of partner countries. These two countries are Germany and the UK. We'll listen to Hans-Dieter Lucas, who is the ambassador, the German ambassador in France. Ever since September 2020, if I got that right, you were formerly the German representative at NATO. So you probably have very good insight in terms of geopolitics and defense. Well, I guess it's a given that the paradigm of German defense has been completely overhauled since the war in Ukraine. And then we'll move on with Lord Peter, so Peter Rickett. You've also been the permanent representative of the UK in NATO. You also were an advisor for national security at the 10 Downing Street, and ambassador, UK ambassador in France until from 2011 to 2015. We all know that the UK has given very strong support, actually ranking first in terms of the extent of its support, over 10 billion in military aid to Ukraine. So still in that second part, sharing the viewpoints of countries that are partners of France, I'll give the floor to Mr. Renato Flores, who's at the head of a think tank called the International Intelligence Unit. You are an academic. You have actually had a long career in many different universities, and including European ones, Belgium, France, Italy, Portugal, the UK. So maybe you'll tell us how these geostrategic disruptions are experienced in such countries as Brazil. And the third part in this about the fact that this high-intensity conflict that could not have been predicted goes to show that all the airborne and terrestrial military forces, as well as the Navy, but space is also one of the theaters of operation. We saw that cybersecurity is also an important element to ensure our defense. And to discuss that, I'll give the floor to Ms. Véronique Brionne. She's the head of Chubb France. It's the largest insurance company on the insurance of property. And they are, well, she's best placed to tell us about cybersecurity risks, because, of course, this is not only a threat for the military, it's also a threat for all private citizens. So I'll give the floor to Mr. Rasmussen first. Thank you very much. I speak French. I speak a little French, but I'd rather speak English, if that's okay.
We are approaching a new world order. And the outcome of the war in Ukraine will determine that world order. If Putin succeeds, we will have a world order where it is not the rule of law, but the rule of the strongest that will dominate. That will send a bad signal to China that would consider it an invitation to attack Taiwan. A lot is at stake, and that's why Ukraine must win this war, or at least ensure that Putin doesn't succeed. The Ukrainian people has demonstrated the will to fight. It is our obligation to provide them with the means to fight. That means weapons, heavy weapons, long-range weapons. In that respect, I think we have all an obligation, and please allow me to say, I would like to see France in particular step up to the plate. According to a new survey, Germany, of all countries, Germany is providing 10 times as much military equipment to Ukraine as France. I find it quite embarrassing. So I would like France to step up to the plate. My second remark concerns economics, because this is, at the end of the day, very much about economics. We should immediately stop financing the financing of Putin's war machine. The oil embargo, the EU oil embargo, should be followed by a complete gas embargo. We should stop all trade, actually, with Russia. Western companies still operating in Russia should be subject to consumer boycott. I think the only way to put a quick end to this conflict is to cut Russia completely off the global economic system. It's also about rebuilding what the Russians have destroyed. It is a fact that a complete gas embargo comes at a price. We will all have to pay more for energy, but this price will be lower than the long-term cost of continued war and destruction in Ukraine. The European Investment Bank has estimated that the cost of rebuilding Ukraine will be more than 1 trillion euros. That's a lot of money. And I saw with my own eyes, last week I visited Ukraine, I visited Irpin, saw the destruction, completely unprovoked, meaningless destruction of Irpin caused by the Russians. So a reconstruction of Ukraine is really a matter of urgency. And it doesn't make sense that with the one hand, we help the Ukrainians with weapons and rebuilding, and with the other hand, we continue to finance Putin's war machine to destroy everything that we help the Ukrainians to build. It's crazy. Now, my third remark is about security guarantees for Ukraine. Some weeks ago, President Zelensky asked me to chair an international group that should, with the task, to prepare recommendations to him and his government as to how we can secure Ukraine in the future. We have had the first meeting, and it seems obvious that one cornerstone in security guarantees for Ukraine would be to allow Ukraine to have a sufficiently strong and sufficiently sizable military force so that Russia cannot invade the country once again. In addition to that, we could imagine big allies issue security assurances, the US, UK, France, Germany, Turkey, just to mention a few. And we should take this opportunity to build a new Ukraine, not only physically new buildings, but also a strengthened combat of corruption and to get rid of the oligarchization of Ukraine. The fact is that once Russia stops fighting, we have no war. But if the Ukrainians stop fighting, we have no Ukraine. So we should not offer Putin an off-ramp. There's only one way out of the mess he has created in Ukraine, and that is out of Ukraine.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rasmussen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rasmussen. I'll give the floor straight away to Admiral Vendier. Apologies. Well, thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for inviting a military man in this panel, because as we talk about recovery, it might seem not obvious. Alfred Mahon is the proponent of sea power. He said the necessity of warships is born of the existence of the merchant navy. This has not changed. I'll tell you about trade and strategy. 3 points. Firstly, I'll borrow the words of the Secretary General. When we talk about strategy, I think we've turned the table, because it's the first time since the Cold War that we've had a centralization, and an aggressive one. What I mean by that is that a country with nuclear power invaded another country and restricted the help to the aggressor country thanks to his nuclear deterrent. It's the first time we've ever experienced that since the beginning of the Cold War. This is really worrisome and dangerous. This brings to the near collapse of all the system that we've set up. Number of treaties that are being dismantled are no longer respected. The treaty in Europe on intermediary nuclear forces, but also the gradual dismantling of the Montego Bay Sea Charter, Sea Treaty. So it is impossible, it has become impossible to find a circle in which we can actually negotiate shared rules. What we've negotiated at the end of the Cold War can no longer ensure our security, because it's back to the survival of the fittest, or the power of force. And things have become completely unpredictable in terms of strategic visibility. I think there have been 3 main prophecies that have burst like soap bubbles, that economic independence helped prevent war. We saw that with gas, that it does not preclude tensions. Liberal economy is not necessarily does not go hand in hand with democracy, and vegetarians will never convince meat eaters to stop wanting to eat meat, and amongst animals, the animals will go on hunting. So this cycle, of course, is marked by the violence of war. There's this sort of keystone of a nuclear deterrent that is still helping us avoid the war. This is what nuclear deterrents are about. But there's hybrid war that bypasses the rule of law, and that means that you can wage a war without having declared war or prompted it. And that's a new form of violence that includes very violent tools. We saw that in Karabakh. The images in Ukraine are very striking. For me as a Navy man, it's another consequence for in the maritime world. There's been an unprecedented rearmament of navies. Not only China, third aircraft carrier that has actually been commissioned, but the number of ships, arms, missiles that are being commissioned, this questions the whole balance of military power. It changes completely the landscape in terms of a navy, and the whole space for transit and freedom has become a space for military maneuvers, and the capacity to control that space is called into question. That the dispute of maritime space goes from the deep seabed to cybersecurity. We are regularly the target of cyber attacks. We have to strengthen our systems. We have to make sure that our systems in the high-low mix that we have also both high-intensity weapons and low-intensity weapons. We need to secure our operational readiness, and we need to work as part of coalition. We do not have enough equipment to go it alone. In conclusion, I think it's the end of the era of low-cost defense. If we do not invest more, we'll lose. And we'll lose part of the world over which we currently still have power. The sheer velocity of the spread of violence, and apologies for our UK friends, but it's back to our wars. In wars, defeat can be encapsulated in 2 words: too late. Thank you very much. Well, you see, the Navy is of course welcome, and any military representative is not only welcome but applauded. So let's move on to the second section. I'll give the floor to Mr. Lucas, who is German ambassador in France, and he'll share with us the upheavals in German defense. Well, yes, thank you very much. The German population, same as German politicians, perceived war in Ukraine as a complete paradigm shift. It's a new era, and maybe more so than for us than for our friends in the UK or in France, because of course after the war, it was this leitmotif: never again. And for us, building the EU is something really special, which is why the German government, 3 days after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, started a complete overhaul of German defense. So it was a Zeitenwende, as we call it, a complete shift. First, we can deliver heavy weapon to Ukraine, which is completely new. Germany hasn't delivered heavy weapon to any non-NATO country for 2 decades. Second element, we strengthened significantly our military presence in the Baltic countries, in Slovenia and Romania, as part of NATO. But it is clear to us that NATO should not become part in the conflict. And thirdly, we're going to invest 100 billion euros, additional 100 billion euros in our military force. That is to say, we are going to outstrip the 2% GDP mark, which is the rule for NATO members in terms of defense budget. And we decided to give the Bundeswehr what they need, but also invest in European defense. To that end, we've already made headway, setting up a fund, a facility, a European facility for peace, but also major French-German initiatives, the SCAF, aircraft of the future, drones, and tank of the future. Those projects are complex, but they're absolutely essential for Germany. And for us, it really is part and parcel of a European initiative, so as to have a strong European basis for defense, and France and Germany, of course, have a major role to play. Quick comment on NATO. There was this NATO summit in Madrid, and this was a seminal moment, real success of a summit. New strategic role for NATO. We endorsed the joining of Sweden and Finland. Very important because it's going to make us stronger. And we also decided to strengthen our military position on the eastern flank. And Germany will contribute to that to a great extent. Last word about energy considerations, because it is very much a focus, and Germany's dependency in terms of energy is a case in point. We want to completely eradicate our dependency on fossil fuel, and we are completely cutting off our dependency on Russian gas and Russian oil, and we want to speed up the development of renewable energy. Final word to say that about the role of Germany in the world and its counter-proposal in terms of security in Europe. This is something short of a revolution for us because of this war. Germany has, for the first time in its entire history, devised a national strategy for security that will be made public next year. We've all understood that what we've obtained together, peace, democracy, prosperity, these should not be taken for granted. This we have to fight for. And over and above that, I think the democratic and liberal model is under attack everywhere in the world. So my conclusion is that we need to build a stronger Europe that protects, that defends, and against that backdrop, I think cooperation between France and Germany is absolutely essential. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's not a matter of defense policy, but it's also the energy policy that have known upheavals in Germany with the Ukrainian war. That's going to be one of the hot topics, especially with Nord Stream 1. Nord Stream 2 is actually part of the past already. But as for Nord Stream 1, actually the flows have been reduced by 40%. And we have discussions for next week, and we actually fear that they will not reopen the gas flow afterwards again. We'll have also a post-Brexit opinion now, an opinion from the UK, a post from that's actually the opinion of a calm, stable country, something that is very foreseeable, that actually does foreseeable actions. We still have Mr. Johnson, and he holds on tight to power as a muscle to a rock, actually.
English, to be brief, I think the political chaos in London in recent weeks and months has been really damaging to the role that Britain can play in a dangerous world. Thank goodness it has not stopped Britain giving, I think, a European leadership in the Ukraine crisis. This plays to Britain's strengths because we are the largest defense spender in Europe, because we have had a relationship with the Ukraine armed forces going back to 2015, and because politically it has suited London post-Brexit to show that Britain's role in NATO is still important. And I agree very much with what Prime Minister Rasmussen said. We must not let Putin win. My fear is that the Ukrainians won't be able to drive Russia out completely, and that what we risk is a hostile stalemate, with Russia still occupying parts of Ukraine, and the West having to spend the sort of money the Prime Minister talked about to sustain an independent Ukraine in the rest of the country. That's a recipe for instability in Europe for years to come, but it feels to me the most likely outcome of this crisis. And as the ambassador said, the NATO summit outcome was very important. Britain has been particularly active in the northern flank of NATO with cooperation with the Nordic, Baltic countries, which is back to a role Britain played in NATO during the Cold War. But the new doctrine of forward deployment and high readiness forces has actually shown us that the British Army is now too small and is not well equipped for possible fighting in Europe. It's got too much legacy equipment from Afghanistan and Iraq. So although we spend over 2% of our GDP on defense, we're going to have to spend more. And that's got real political implications. For European defense, I think it's clear now for Britain that Europe is the center of our national security. And one lesson we have learned is you cannot have good relations bilaterally with individual European countries if you have a bad relationship with the European Union. And I see, to some despair in sometimes, that the cooperation we built with France in the defense area has weakened over the last few years. Thank goodness, as Monsieur L'Amiral said, between armed forces it still works well, but defense industrial cooperation is much less strong than it could have been. And Britain ought to be playing a part in the European coordination on issues like military movement, in case we needed to reinforce our armed forces. America, Canada, Norway are part of that, and Britain is not. So my profound hope is that the combination of the Ukraine crisis and a change of tenant in Downing Street will be an opportunity for Britain to rebuild a cooperative and grown-up relationship with the European Union and to be able to repair the damage to cooperation with France and Germany, which I'm afraid has happened during Boris Johnson's years. I just wanted to say very briefly one word about China and the Far East. Britain and France are Europe's two Indo-Pacific powers, and therefore it was, to my mind, stupid that the AUKUS aircraft carrier deal was handled in a way which left France feeling humiliated and excluded. Because we need to be working together with the Americans, with France, with other Europeans in the Far East. It's good that NATO identified China as a systemic competitor. We need to be coordinating with the Americans on China policy. I think it makes no sense to have European strategic autonomy, American strategic autonomy separately. I thought what Christine Lagarde talked about, friend shoring, in other words, not onshoring just to one country, technological sovereignty, but having the sovereignty shared among allies so we never again find ourselves with China dominating the future of technology. But we need, I think, to work out a European policy on China, which is not necessarily full-on confrontation, but which is a mixture of being very vigilant on security, but working with China where we need to on issues like climate change and energy, and commercial relations where we can. So that's not necessarily the approach that a new Republican administration might take in Washington. And that's my final conclusion. The UK and Europe need to work better together as an insurance policy against the return of a Trump-like figure in the White House. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Lord Rickett.
Thank you very much, Lord Rickett. As you have understood, after these 4 speeches, what we have is a great cohesion between the member countries of NATO, and they didn't anticipate that when Russia invaded Ukraine. We found it also at the United Nations. We have a lot of debates with other countries as well, those that are not aligned and that refuse to align themselves. It's also very important. And I think we should give the floor to Mr. Flores, who's a specialist of international politics, and that will talk about it.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Given the time limits, I'm not going to make a presentation. I rather kindly and coolly invite my fellow panelists and the audience to calmly consider 3 questions on the present signals and trends. It's an invitation. So let us put ourselves 1 year from now and make 3 questions. First question, what about the state of Europe? How will it present itself? As a heavily energy-dependent region which has successfully made ends meet? As a macroeconomic space in full growth mode with low inflation, a strong euro, and less social tensions? As a union where the key original objectives of a smart, peaceful, and autonomous Europe have been strengthened? Second question, in what has the defense capability for Europe turned out? As an advanced striking arm of the US forces to destroy up to the Asian borders any power annoying US hegemony? As a force that translates protect and prevent, int, provoke, and menace? As the main agent of the eternal return of the viewpoint of a common, or maybe 2, absolute and hideous enemies to be aggressively circumscribed? As a way to build up a fence of long-range missiles around the European border, pointing out the outside rest? As a sink of billions, and I say billions of euros, that should have been invested in more culture, education, health systems, innovation, and sustainable practices. Briefly, the great European assets, but rather went to the international weapons manufacturers' oligopoly. Third question, comme disait Charles Trenet, que reste-t-il? What remained of peace, rule of law, and multilateralism? If rule of law is to confiscate under the euphemism of freezing the international reserves of sovereign states duly and faithfully deposit in its banks, what's going to come afterwards? If, after responding to an undeniable aggression with sanctions blindly affecting a large portion of the world, violence and destruction continue to be fueled in inadmissible ways, instead of placing all endeavors in trying to stop conflict and killing of innocent people? What, after having censored the web, airwaves, and several cultural and information sources, ruling out counterpoint and opposing views? Where is counterpoint in Europe nowadays? Maybe a simple way to answer these questions is to admit that Europe is finally and unfortunately at open war with Russia, under the compelling push of the US, and has failed to create an independent, constructive, and modern leadership forgetting its original message and objectives that many, a lot of people outside it had believed in, and disregarding its diminishing size and relevance in the world scene. I do hope to be wrong, because, as in the famous pre-World War I sleepwalkers metaphor, this path will lead not to a reasonable and fair defense system, but most likely to a tragic future for Europe. I'm sorry.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Flores, pour ce point de vue.
Thank you, Mr. Flores, for this different point of view. It's important to listen to it. And you are actually having some points that will feed some debates here. You may ask some questions if you wish on the app. Do not hesitate to ask these questions, and those that will come up more, I will definitely talk about it, and NATO is one of them. But before talking about the debate, before opening up the debate, most of the previous speakers have talking about the cyber war and cyber security, and this is why I will give the floor now to Mrs. Véronique Brion, who will talk about this. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to be among you. I will talk a bit about cyber risk. As an insurance company, we've talked about the war and weaponized war. In an economic war, we also have the cyber risk. This is actually a huge weapon. We can imagine in the current Ukrainian crisis a targeted attack on a country that is an ally to Ukraine, on a company. Whenever there's a controversy with one of the leaders of Russia, what we have seen with the ANSI results that were published recently, we haven't seen a lot of cyber attacks that were directly linked with Ukraine, but we saw attacks that were more global, more extended in their origin. 80–90% of cases is subware. Namely, the aim is to block a whole system and to ask for ransom to unblock the system. That's cyber criminality that is very well organized, with unions that are well organized, with strategies that are well oiled. We managed to demonstrate that some of these hackers are supported by states, even if it's hard to demonstrate it. We managed to do it. To substantiate this, I would like to talk about what happened in the US last year. In May 2021, there was the attack on Colonial Pipeline. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Colonial Pipeline is an oil pipeline that actually feeds the whole US. It's feeding 7 airports, 90 military facilities, and that was hacked. It was completely blocked. There was an FBI investigation, and the dark side group was actually identified as a suspect, and it was supported by Russia, ultimately. And this is where we made a connection with the current context. Another example to show also the systemic dimension of this type of attack, large-wig attack in 2020. SolarWind publishes software that is used worldwide, and the product that they were selling was infected by hackers, and the fact that they distributed it to 30,000 companies actually widespread the risk of this virus. And that shows actually the problem with this type of cyber attacks, because it can actually hamper a whole economy. For Q1 2022, there were twice there were twice more attacks than in 2020. That shows actually the exponential increase of cyber attacks. The weakest ones were banks and financial institutions at first. Now it's the industry, infrastructures, construction. It was multiplied by 5 in 3 years in terms of number of cyber attacks. And the target of these attacks, even if we use software, it's not really for money, but the aim is to paralyze the economy, or to make sure that the whole sector of the economy is completely blocked. Once we've said that, then what do we do about it? I heard a lot of comments from panelists that were saying that there's a problem of emergency, that we do not have enough resources, that we are under-equipped. We have the same feeling here, this feeling of emergency. We need to raise awareness on the importance of prevention. It's not about knowing whether it's going to be arriving, whether it's going to occur. It's rather when it will occur, because it will definitely occur. And what about insurance companies? Because there will not be enough to protect economies, or we need to have a collective awareness of this risk. We need to take measures. There's a certain number of things that exist already. The insurance industry is very close to public powers, public authorities, the treasury, the regulatory authorities, the ministries, to implement a certain number of initiatives, because we need to have collective initiatives, may it be for the private sector, for corporations. We need to have prevention, protection, and it is urgent. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Brionne. So now we'll have a Q&A. We only have 5 minutes left, unfortunately. I'll ask 2 questions. I'm sorry, the comment was off mic, so the interpreter cannot translate. So, I said that the questions that will be asked on the app will be given priority. There was a question on cybersecurity and cyber attacks. It seems that the perception we have, because we have a lot of fears further to the Ukrainian war, it seems that there are not a lot of attacks, but actually it's the contrary. Maybe we overestimated the role of cyber attacks in the modern era. What do you think about this? And then we can give the floor to the other panelists. What is directly related to the Ukrainian conflict? Well, we haven't seen a huge increase of cyber attacks. It's deeper than that. Notwithstanding the Ukrainian war, we can see that cyber attacks are more and more used for this economic war that we wage. And that was actually gaining momentum gained momentum because of the COVID crisis as well. So, of course, there was the Ukrainian war. There was not much more cyber activity, but in terms of economic war and economic targets, then that is actually exponential. Thank you. We were talking about a European defense that will be built within, but also independently of NATO. Should we have a European defense? Some say Europe is not a sovereign nation, so it's hard to have a European defense. How can we build a full-fledged European defense?
I would very much like to see Europe strengthen its defense cooperation. But in the foreseeable future, Europe will still be dependent on a transatlantic cooperation with the United States. Let me remind you that after Brexit, 80% of defense investments in NATO are taking place outside the European Union. So any talk about a European army is fantasy. It will be a paper tiger. So let's be realistic. I would very much like to see a strengthened European defense cooperation to strengthen the competitiveness of European defense industries, to facilitate free mobility across borders for our military, to create a true internal defense market, etc., etc. There's a lot of things we can do, but a European army, no. It's still NATO.
It's clear. Je vois que vous prenez tous les micros. Lord Ricketts avait pris le premier.
Very briefly, let's remember that the current phase of working on European defence began with a Franco-British agreement at St. Malo in 1998. And at that time, the American concern was that strengthening European defence forces would somehow cut across or duplicate what the Americans were providing through NATO. I think the world has changed completely since then, and more European military capability should be useful to NATO, as well as potentially available to Europeans if the Americans are not involved. So I don't think anymore it's a zero-sum game. It's a win-win that Europe should strengthen its defence capabilities.
Amiral Vandier, vous voulez dire un mot?
Would you like to say a word? Mr. Vandier, the matter of European defence is often not well asked and not well phrased because it doesn't exist and it's being compared to something else and doesn't work out. I could underline as a member of the military, with the European defence, we do actually military actions that are very interesting, with Copernicus, for instance, with the satellite constellation, for instance, that is funded by the EU, in the Guinea Gulf as well, what we do, and the Indian Ocean. This is actually very much complementary to what NATO is doing. We do not to replace one for the other. We want to help out on a wider space than that of NATO. The tools are the same, the communication systems are the same, and the interoperability is the same. Thank you.
This is a very complex point. I would like to remind that when Federica Mogherini was the Vice President of the European Union, Federica tried to develop the idea of an European defense, an European army of defense independent of NATO. That's not easy. Of course, there's a lot of work to do, but she was one. Her idea didn't go on. But the point which, let us say, worries those who are outside is that NATO was created to win over the Warsaw Pact. The objective of NATO was to annihilate the Soviet Union, which during the Cold War, yes, this was Article 1. During the Cold War, okay, this made sense. When the Warsaw Pact was over, everybody expected the NATO to end or to suffer an evolution. And Federica was one of the persons who tried to ensure that Europe would have its own defense, an European defense, autonomous. Can I stop? Can I speak? Please, thank you very much. C'est très gentil. But NATO overwhelmed. And now, you were talking about the summit, they want to reach China. Come on, it's an European defense that wants to defend Europe against the possible invasion of Taiwan by China. This, I'm afraid, is aggressive. This doesn't lead to anything good. I'm sorry.
Non, mais c'est très important d'avoir un point de vue différent. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, we may have different opinions, but it's very interesting to listen to that. there is a real debate. Mr. Lucas wanted to speak. I will give you the last words.
Remarks to what you said, Professor Flores. First of all, I don't know what your sources are, but you will not find a single open or secret NATO or national document which says the aim of NATO was to annihilate the Soviet Union. It's just not true. It was from the beginning a defense alliance, and everybody was totally sort of clear on that. Never any doubt about it. And the second point about Federica Mogherini, you know, I worked in my previous functions a lot with Federica Mogherini. She was very much in favor, as we are in favor of strengthening European capabilities, but she never, as I can see, and you will never find a European document saying that, the goal of the European Union was, to develop something militarily totally independent of NATO. That's also sort of very much enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty, where we said, as far as the collective defense of Europe is concerned, NATO is still in the lead.
I feel inclined.
Monsieur Flores.
Just one word. I feel inclined to disagree with the Honorable Ambassador. Just read the final report of Federica's administration. You will see that very clearly. Thank you.
Ok, merci. Donc, je vous propose
So, we should thank all the panelists.
A round of applause, please. Big round of applause.
Thank you.